Internet, hello and welcome. We're here with the Classic Championship Series Advanced League here in the semifinals between Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond. I'm Agent A2, this is Orion. How are you doing, and what are your thoughts on this series going into it?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, honestly. It's been like my first time casting in a pretty long time, actually. Took a pretty long break. But yeah, I'm really excited for this series, especially because obviously we have the number one team of Group A and Dorado Gaming Alpha versus the number two team of CP Diamond in Group Number B. So the two teams we expected to get here from the jump are facing off in this match. And I think stylistically, these two teams are pretty interesting just because you have Dorado Gaming Alpha, which typically has four carry players from their top to their bot lane. They're all very good at those carry types of champions. Where you've got CP Diamond, who does play a little bit more meta. Stylistically, you've got Snoop Dogg, who does like to play those like the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Wukong, the champions that like to be the facilitated junglers in the early game, while you typically have the playmaking mid laner and also the carry side lane as well from the Doll, which is what we're typically going to see. And that's the matchup for me. That's going to be probably one of the more important ones to see, just because typically when you have a roster that carries the four main people in your team that like to play those carry champions, typically one of those guys has to be on a less resource efficient champion, which is probably going to go into Hasm, at least early on in the series, is my expectation. But Nadal is a very solid carry player, and they do have a very similar pool, Nadal versus Hasm, which should be a pretty interesting one to watch out for.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. I think actually, everyone who we kind of expect based on standings to be here in the semifinals here, I believe the matches between number one and number two from um, the opposite conference or group or whatever you want to call it. So the winner of this match will face off against the winner of that match here in the finals. You can catch that match over on CCS2_LOL on twitch.tv. But we're just about ready to get into Champion Select for this game number one. Do you have any inklings as to what will be, high priority in this Champion Select?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that the 80 carries that typically have been seen a lot in higher levels of play are probably still going to be on the watch. Because I imagine we've got like the Jinx, the Aphelios. I know Karina likes to play those a lot, and with No Attack being a pretty major enchanter player, I can definitely see them like having no attack, having Karina on those hyper carry scaling ADCs, and having No Attack just play those enchanters early on in the bot lane. But for CP Diamond, I know obviously Snoop Dogg gets prioritized early on in draft. We see his Udyr, his Maokai get banned very, very frequently. And that typically leaves up a lot of the other very prio picks I left in draft because, Udyr is not typically seen as a very strong champion, but Snoop Dogg is a very proficient jungler on that champion. That's why he's been seeing that many bans. So typically, obviously, that does leave up those priority picks to come through. So this draft should be wide open for game number one. So it's going to be hard to say exactly what's going to get picked and what's going to get banned. Like I said, for Alpha, I'm curious to see which one of the four is going to be on a less resource intensive champion, or are they just going to try and hand stiff CP Diamond and just pick those four carries and say, hey, we are just better than you at the game, and we're going to take it to you in this game number one.
Yeah, the T1 strat, like you just pick all carry rolls in all of your lanes and then just hand stiff them in all of them. All right, so it will be Dorado Gaming Alpha on blue side for this game number one, CB Diamond on red. I believe Dorado Gaming had side selection on this game number one. We are having a little bit of a delay starting up for Champion Select, so I wanted to ask you because we saw you yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Here on CCS in Novice League, you guys took the series 3-0 over Reign of Kings to put Optimal Esports on the in the championship spot. Uh, you know, it has nothing to do with this series going on right now, but we really don't have a lot to talk about right now. So, what are you What are your thoughts on that one? Were you interviewed last night? I didn't catch the post game.
Yeah, we did some interviews. We didn't necessarily talk about the games all that much, just because the first two games were a bit of a wash. We kind of just steamrolled them both those two games, and game three was relatively close. Something that, albeit we made a lot of mistakes in game number three, which is the reason why it was so close. But ultimately, we were able to pull out the game three victory. But yeah, we did get an interview. We talked about the games a little bit, but not a whole lot in those games, but it was fun to play. Regardless, I think Reign of Kings, they definitely came prepared to play that set. They had a couple ideas of what they could ban, but unfortunately, they just couldn't quite figure out a proper draft plan against us. But speaking of that, it does look like this draft for Gamer One has started. Alpha is looking to ban away some champions here.
Yeah. So let's well, they have like 15 seconds, so I guess we'll get to sit here and wait. But it is going to be Senna is the first ban away by the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha from CB Diamond. Is this something that you're expecting to see? This champion is not like something that's particularly like commonplace, but I think that the champion does have quite a few perks to it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Senna is, in my opinion, kind of an underrated ADC, but it's a style of play that I see Karina playing with Alpha on this team. Because, like I said, he is like the hyper scaling ADC with no attack, playing the Enchanter. So it does look like they're banning away the two AD carries so far that could actually cause problems for them in this draft if CB Diamond were to pick that up. So it could just be an adaptation for this draft specifically. But I don't think, I mean, obviously, Senna does have, like you said, like her ability to just shift the bot lane into picking up so many random different supports that it can be very, very hard to draft against because when you're playing with Senna, anything can be put down in that bot lane and be considered its support. So that's what makes it such an interesting champion. But it does look like some of the bans are obviously rolling through. We do see a couple target bans over towards Riddy with the Belveth and the Wukong, but the Varus and even the Seraphine, which is kind of surprising, which is obviously Noatek's main champion. Milio's champion that Noatek has been spamming in solo queue. I'm glad to see that one. And a direct takeaway of the Maokai from Snoop Dogg over to Ridium and B1.
Yeah, like you said, Snoop Dogg likes to play kind of these conventional junglers, but that does leave the Udyr open. This is a big champion that you were talking about
Yeah.
before we got into this champion select. One of the champions that's not particularly, popular or commonplace among pro players, but for Snoop Dogg in particular, this is a very powerful pick. Will allow him a lot of comfort and potentially, um, you know, something that Dorado Gaming Alpha might not be necessarily uh used to playing against.
Yeah, I mean, I think they obviously had a plan, right? We talked about obviously with Maokai being taken away, they knew this Udyr pick was going to be coming through. Ziggs being locked in here for CB Diamond does mean they obviously could go into that mid lane slot or that AD carry slot here. It does have that ability to go either way. So Alpha, obviously, they won't have the most knowledge going into it. But honestly, I'd like to see potentially Alpha just kind of go for the top side of the map, just getting their top side just a strong advantage because your bot lane is going to most likely play to scale. They're going to have the enchanters early on, but instead they're going to do a little bit of a makeshift. They're going to go the Ashe. They're actually going to give a utility carry over to Carino. A little bit surprising there for at least in my opinion. In terms of like what they usually like to draft, what they usually like to play around. Curious what No Attack is going to play here because Seraphine's usually a very strong pick with the Ashe, and so is the Milio to come through. So curious what this support pick is going to end up being, or if they're just going to go with one of their solo lanes.
Yeah, might be a Thresh pickup just because Ashe is a relatively immobile AD carry. You get the
Yeah.
Lantern, but it will instead be the Lulu. So an enchanter like you anticipated coming out for the bottom lane for Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree with you. Thresh could have been good, but that does require like you kind of have to remember No Attack is the one playing this game, and he only plays enchanters. I don't think I've ever seen this guy play anything other than an enchanter. So that's kind of like why I was a little bit surprised with it, but I'm not surprised to see the Lulu to come through here for him. But this does leave open a very powerful champion in the Olaf up here for Nadal in the top lane. He does, obviously, like I said, two play those carry matchups, but with the champions currently locked in for Alpha, Hasm can look for one of those carry matchups up in the top lane to kind of take it in this 1v1 with the Olaf. But there aren't a lot of top laners that can kind of handle this Olaf in the early game.
Yeah, and with that last pick just before we go into the second round of bans, it does give CB Diamond the ability to start banning out those carry top laners that might be able to match Olaf and then later scale up as these team fight monsters. The Jax, for example, being taken away right now immediately afterwards. They do have yet to have revealed where that Ziggs will be going, whether it be to mid or bot. I would guess it's gonna be bot just because I feel mid Ziggs is very uncommon nowadays, and then Karma they're gonna start pushing away the enchanters or potentially picks that might be able to shove in on that bottom lane. Camille will be the second band away from CB Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bans so far do kind of make sense across the board. We do see, obviously, with CB Diamond, they're banning away a couple of champions that has them particularly proficient on in the top lane with the Jax and the Camille. It does look like, for bot lane here for Alpha, they're a little bit afraid of the pushing power that can come through with the Soraka and Karma bans. If you have those champions with the Ziggs, you can almost basically permanently have the lane pushed in with the Ashe and Lulu. They definitely aren't the strongest of laners early on, and they can get pushed in relatively easily. So respecting those bans a little bit here. But I'm curious, like you said, are they going to reveal the flex pick here with the Ziggs? Or are they just going to pick a support here? With support coming through, that does mean obviously Ziggs gets to come into 5. They get to see where everyone else is going and then decide to move with the Ziggs where they want to.
Yep, the Nautilus, fairly safe support to pick up. Just has a lot of utility throughout all points of the game, especially once you get that level 6 with the depth charge available. And it's I think it's fairly versatile. You can play to PO, you can play to engage. It's kind of just like, yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
And it does offer the ability to punish Lulu and Ashe, neither of which have any dashes in their kits.
Ooh.
They can go for gank setup there. The Kennen locked in for Dorado Gaming Alpha, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kennen is fine into Olaf. Obviously, you have the very long range. You have the lightning surge in your E to actually get away from the axes. So it definitely is a pretty solid pick. I don't particularly see this as a Hasm champion, but I do know that obviously he has been putting the time into this champion. He has been working on it to get better at it. So I think Kennen can be pretty solid into the Olaf. And Tristana for Shima here in the mid lane has been actually rising in popularity, just because you have the pushing power and you have the ability to roam. But I'm a little bit curious. I don't know I don't necessarily know if you've been watching pro play at all, but Nautilus mid has been rising in popularity a
Oh,
lot
that is
recently.
true. Yeah.
Um,
Just
and I
to
would
play
I
him as
wouldn't
a full tank champion
yeah,
and
and I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if they do it into this Tristana if they have that pool. I mean, this is game one of semifinals. I'd be a bit surprised if they want to go for that type of pick. We're going to see what this champion is going to be locked in here. Cassiopeia most likely means that Ziggs is going to be going into the bot lane and Cassiopeia into the mid lane. But I will say Cassiopeia kind of struggles in Tristana because Tristana, as the game goes on, does get that attack range buff and is not the easiest champion to trade with just because Tristana deals a lot of single target damage with that bomb. And Cassiopeia likes to trade very early on just because she has those points with the Twin Fangs to do a lot of damage early, have that extra healing. But Tristana just isn't the easiest champion that you typically want to be trading into.
yeah, Cassiopeia, traditionally has kind of struggled in those types of matchups. Syndra arose as a traditional counter to Cassiopeia, and then of course Tristana coming in as well. Not super great for the Cassiopeia in terms of the trading, but this might just be an attempt to maybe set up for Udyr. You drop the Miasma on a Tristana that's kind of playing forward, and then maybe the Udyr is going to be able to get there and stun her on top of it before she can rocket jump away.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this Ziggs pick, just looking at Alpha's draft, can actually be really, really good here because if you're looking at the backline threat of Alpha, it's mostly just a cannon flank because no one else on Alpha is really looking to go past the front line of CP Diamond because they just can't. Udyr, Nautilus, Olaf will just absolutely wreck you if you're trying to just run through them. So if Hasm is not able to actually get on top of the Ziggs in the backline, I think Ziggs is going to absolutely have a heyday early on, not early on, but as this game goes on, just because his poke is going to just continuously keep on ticking. And eventually Alpha is just going to have to, pull the trigger with an Ashel or a Maokai ult or playing, find a way into the backline. And that's when Cassiopeia's Miasma and really just the front line of CB Diamond is going to potentially start wreaking havoc. So I think a big point or a big key thing to really look forward into this game is going to be this Kennen up in the top lane for Hasm. Can he actually get those good flanks off? And can he really make a big disruption in the team fight? Otherwise, I think not only is CP Diamond's front line better, but I also think that they had the ability to just shred through them if they're walking at them. But if Hasm's able to create a really, really good flank, I think the DPS of both Ashe and Tristana can deal a lot and actually win some of these team fights here for Alpha.
Yeah, both of the team comps, they do have a lot of tools in their belts. I definitely think that you're right. CB Diamond does have ease of execution as an advantage on their side, but I'm curious to know what you think because, so which of these two teams do you think, just by virtue of champion select, has an advantage in this game one?
Honestly, I think I do kind of have to give it to CB Diamond just because I think the key points of Alpha to actually win out on these team fights do require some really major just like key plays to happen. Like you're gonna have to hit a huge cannon ulti. You're probably gonna have to make, and you can also make some big plays happen as well with the Ash, with the Maokai. So you do kind of have that ability. But I think if CB Diamond and Alpha are just looking at each other in a 5v5 standpoint, then I think CP Diamond definitely kind of have the advantage. And I think also you have the early pressure as well with this Udyr compared to this Maokai. His clear is faster. He will always be able to shred through this Maokai if he ever interacts with him in the early game. So if the early game pressure is able to come through, you can potentially slow down or disrupt this Maokai's pathing and try to beat him up in his jungle if you do have the push, which I feel like the bot lane should have the early push. Six Nautilus should have that advantage down there early on in the early stages. And then mid lane, I feel like should be relatively even. I think obviously Tristana can look to trade her HP bar early to potentially have Cassiopeia lose out on her mana, which will be in favor of Tristana. Top lane will most likely be a stalemate, but I still think Olaf, with his pressure, can still have that early pushing lane. Which Olaf Udyr running into Maokai's jungle can be pretty havoc or can be really troublesome for the Maokai if he's trying to clear his camps.
Yeah, one thing I think is kind of interesting personally is, Olaf with the undertow on his most recent little tiny baby rework, um, does shred the armor. Unfortunately, there's no real other forms of physical damage available for CB Diamond, so you're really relying on the Olaf for a lot of your physical damage, and I think that it's potentially dangerous to have your damage profile skewed one way or the other, but in particular towards the magic damage. But to their credit, Dorado Gaming Alpha, like you said, they don't really have that much frontline. It's basically just going to be Maokai, who's operating on jungle budget anyway.
Mhm.
So it might not come into play, the damage profile for CB Diamond, but just something to note. We are just about ready to get into this game number 1. We just have to wait out the spectator delay. So we're going to throw up a standby screen, take a little break, and get ready for this game number 1. So thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here with game number 1 between Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond, and we immediately have a pause, just as we get in there. So, yeah, not too much to talk about here. We just gotten out. It looks CB Diamond going for a 5-man rush into the bottom lane, maybe just to drop that ward in the middle brush, but you know, maybe we'll see something happen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have Nautilus level 1, you've got Olaf as well. Anytime you can get like that Axe Slow or just Nautilus hook, you can definitely blow some flashes, especially considering that Alpha's level 1 is pretty terrible across the board. Besides maybe the two AD carries are pretty relatively decent. But other than that, we do have, obviously, like you said, the pause to kind of wait and go through. But yeah, I mean, I think this game definitely should be a banger to watch. Obviously, like you said, they have made their way bush here. Carino is wrapped around this bush. He should see
Yeah,
them.
should see them now, but this is kind of dangerous because here's the flash dredge line available. There's Beep going for it, looking for it. It's gonna connect onto Carino. Carino does have flash and will flash away back towards the tower. So trading the flash for the flash on the side of Beep versus Carino.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Nautilus, you take that trade every day of the week because not only does he have hash, but hash compared to Nautilus is so much more valuable because now for Snoop Dogg, he really just has to he can change his pathing or he can just still play for the top side of the map because obviously he is starting on that blue buff. We'll have to wait and see what exactly he is going to do with his camps. He could do a 3-camp clear right back into bottom because a hook into the Zig Satchel where it bounces the Ash back towards people can still be very, very threatening for this Ash. So he is going to have to play even more passively than he probably already was going to have to in this lane.
Yeah, a little tiresome or difficult for Udyr to go for super early ganks because you have to commit to it, right? Because Udyr doesn't want to take the bear stance or the stun until level 4, if ideally in terms of clearing. But if you go for the early gank, you got to take that stun, or else you're not going to be able to contribute a whole lot in terms of CC to the gank. So you really have to like commit either. Okay, I'm farming until level 4, or I'm not. Shima just gonna rocket jump on top of Yune there. They're trading back and forth, and Yune actually fancies his chances. Shima actually flashing away from that one.
Yeah, I think Shima, obviously, he wanted to use his level 2 advantage there.
He's gonna get the twin fangs, and that's first blood solo kill for Yune.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, he jumps forward expecting to have the level 2 advantage, but I think he jumped a little bit too far there, wanting to potentially add the slow on top of the extra bomb damage that you get when you do land on top of somebody. But the second Cassiopeia hits that level 2 there marker, he's like, okay, I can absolutely turn this in my favor. Because I talked about the fact that obviously Tristana is okay with trading her HP with the Cassiopeia's mana bar early, but if Cassiopeia is able to maintain the range with the twin things, her DPS is stronger than the Tristana's in the early stages of the game. That's a big first blood for CB Diamond because this Cassiopeia, if she gets going early, is going to be an absolute problem for Dorado Gaming Alpha's composition because they're going to have a hard time actually dealing with this champion who is most likely going to be building like Rod of Ages or just like very, very tanky items. Going to have a lot of HP, and the 280 carries they might actually struggle a little bit to chunk through her HP bar if she keeps going like this.
Yeah, not to mention that Yune is also a damage threat in his own right, regardless of whether, regardless of also being tanky. Now, Snoop Dogg has snuck his way into the side brush here. Hazem, gonna be okay now, but here we go. Looking for the stun, is gonna get the stun off. Virginity Haver is gonna run forward, the Undertows running. Keeps the slows on, but Hazem is just gonna be able to flash towards the tower, so Ghost for Snoop Dogg traded for that top lane flash.
Yes, similarly to the bot lane situation, obviously the Udyr is very, very happy trading his Ghost for the Flash because you have the very drastic cooldown difference between the Ghost and the Flash. Flash being 5 minutes, Ghost being 3, so does have that 2-minute window where he could potentially look to make a play. As we do see a Yune and Shima obviously trading a little bit here. Shima's wave isn't in a great position.
There's the Ghost pop by Virginity Haver. He flashes forward as well, but is not able to close the gap onto Hazem. That Electro Dash, or what is it called? The E from Kennen is going to be able to get him out of there.
I think it's Lightning Surge, but I'm not exactly sure. I mean,
Lightning Surge, Lightning Rush, maybe something like that.
Yeah, something like that for sure. But yeah, I think that's one of the things I was talking about, right? Because like even though Olaf landed the Q slow was able to get a pretty decent chunk of damage, he wasn't actually able to really maintain his distance just because the cannon is just so incredibly fast. So Nadal obviously getting a little bit over eager there on that play as Hook, almost landing there onto the Lulu. That would have been almost a for sure heal or flash out of there if he would have got hit by that dredge line, but does get barely out of way of his skin, of his teeth. And as we're seeing, both junglers have already hit the reset, are mostly just doing their full clear so far. Obviously, we've seen Udyr affect the top lane, and he's looking to get back up there in the top side, obviously, knowing that Kennen does not have flash, doesn't really have level 6 yet either. There could be a window, because as you can see, if you look up to not top lane here, Nadal, or sorry, for Hasm, he doesn't quite actually have his wave really pushed in out at a position where he could potentially be in trouble if this Udyr doesn't end up finishing his camp. So he is looking to path up there a little bit, but instead chooses to go a little bit towards mid here, potentially looking for Shima, who also does not have flash, but it's a little harder to get Tristana because of the W.
Oh, the miasma comes down, but not in time to stop the rocket jump, and yeah, was spotted out that ward in the pixel brush on topside river. So does kind of have the inkling that's coming. Now Hasm does hit the level 6, so the slicing maelstrom is available if he wants to go for the all-in on to Nadal here. Backing away back towards this tower, it's a bad trade, just getting kited out quite well by Hasm there.
Yeah, I mean, a big difference here is that Hasm 6 and Nadal's not. I think he almost about to take over to level 6. I think he's still level 5. It's a little bit blurred from my screen, so can't quite tell if he's level 6 or not. But with the information that Snoop Dogg is up here on the top side, it does mean the Dragon. But I will say this wave is absolutely in a terrible position for Hasm. He needs to get bailed out of the situation almost immediately. I think for Shima, he might potentially need to invest something, but instead Hasm able just to use the Lightning Surge to zoom on out of there. It does escape, but still his wave is absolutely in a terrible spot.
Yeah, that's a really rough situation as a top laner, especially because oftentimes that just means you're there forever. Not a lot of time for junglers to spend up in top lane and bail you out of bad situations like that, unfortunately. But the Dragon will be picked up as a result of this play.
Yeah, we are going to see the Hawk Shot to come through up to the top side to confirm whether or not Udyr
there's the Ragnarok. Not quite the Ragnarok that you want to have if you're Nadal or a CB Diamond fan, but at least doesn't die just yet for it.
Yeah, I definitely, once again, just very aggressive and overeager from Nadal is just the best way to put it, quite frankly, just because, like I said, the Lightning Surge to come through is able just to kind of scoot on out of there and get away safely. But as you can see, just from the freeze alone, Nadal has able to build up a 16, probably increasing even more up to a CS lead, and no
getting
one
collapsed on here on the invade. Now Beep is looking to try and get around the side so we can get the dredge line off. And we're gonna pan away. It looks like nothing more is going to happen there.
Yep, nothing happens to Beat, but everything is happening up here, obviously, to Hasm. Like, no one of Alpha is up here coming to help him whatsoever. And even though Ragnarok is down, he does have the Ghost ability, but Kinnen's ultimate, the Maelstrom, is very, very powerful and can deal a lot of damage. Shima is finally moving up towards the top side. Actually, he didn't end up recalling, but with him going into that Fog of War, Nadal not able to play as aggressively as he was able to freeze this wave. So finally, able to get the push out, able to kind of get a bit of a reset. But honestly, the damage is already done. He is up basically 20 CS just from the freeze alone.
Yeah, no attack is gonna show his face here in the bottom, or in the mid lane rather, coming in. Yune might not be expecting this one, but no wild growth available, and you do have Snoop Dogg kind of in the area. It'll just take him a little while to kind of move around there, as Riddy starting up the Rift Herald.
Yep, Ghost
and now Nadal gets stunned up there. Hasm did have the option to go for the Slicing Maelstrom, but afraid of the Ragnarok cleansing away that CC, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes straight down the down the river rather. It's not going to connect onto anybody, but scary there actually.
Yeah, but I think a very similar thing that's happening to the top side is going to be a little bit different here, because the wave is pushing out from Nadal, and he does have, obviously, the very minus HP bar. But as you can see, a big difference in the situations is the fact that Nadal has his teammates up here to actually help him with this push out. So Nautilus does hit
the depth charge. There's the depth charge is going to come in, and that'll just be a quick kill. Nice roam there from Beep, and nicely timed on that level 6.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrible for Hasm. The huge difference so far in this game has been the support, really, of the teammates for the top lane. Typically top laners are very much on an island, but when your top laner has his wave like that, you almost always have to bail that wave out just because due to the nature of the lane with the curvature, he is almost always going to go down majorly in CS because he just cannot physically walk up to that wave. But then on the rebounds,
They're
for
gonna
Nadal,
try and come in. Hazem is teleported in, and there's Riddy with a flash twisted advance. That's gonna be Nadal going down, trying to hand it off to Hazem, and will successfully do so.
Yeah, that's a nice kill, obviously coming back towards him, but it does mean that Hasm obviously does miss out on a pretty big actually chunk of minions there because he went forward to pick up that kill. But with the pickup of the kill there, it does mean a little bit less in terms of like obviously all the CS and stuff that he still missed out on. But a lot of damage obviously has already been done up into the top side of the map. Everyone else is still relatively even. Got junglers on the same farm, mid laners, ADCs, everyone's basically the same power point of level, but you can definitely see a 1,000 gold lead already built up here by CB Diamond.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages already bought and stacking for Yune. Fairly nice timing on that Rod of Ages. Will be fully stacked at about the 19-20 minute mark. As the second dragon spawning 30 seconds, it will be the Infernal Dragon.
Yep. And we're going to see, obviously, depending on which team is able to get kind of the setup first. I mean, obviously, Cassiopeia is building up a wave here in the mid lane. Can look to crash this next wave to have that push priority in the mid lane. Riddy, obviously, already down here, finishing his red buff. Looking to make a play, obviously, into the river here. It does look like he has already entered that. Going to look to scout out some wards here just to make a play. Cassiopeia, obviously, like I said, does have that push in the mid lane. Can obviously look to roam and potentially affect Riddy down on the bot side, but Simdonk is actually going up towards his Raptors. So maybe not looking to actually contest out early on this dragon, or potentially looking to play around Hasm and Nadal up here in the top side.
Ragnarok popped again by Nadal and is not able to continue the auto attacks to keep that Ragnarok going, so that ultimate will be expended for a little bit more time for Nadal in the top side for CB Diamond. The Rift Herald dropped in the bottom lane, picked up by Riddy, and they're going to rotate over and help out with that second dragon for Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yep. I think they're particularly recognizing the fact that early on in the game that CB Diamond is a little bit weaker in comparison to the bot side of the map.
But look at this stun coming in for Hasm. Snoop Dogg has popped the Ghost already. Hasm does pop the Slicing Maelstrom. He's going to stun up the Udyr, and then nobody picked up tower aggro, and here comes the teleport from Shima. Rocket jumps forward, not able to get in range, so will dissuade the dive with the use of the teleport from the mid lane.
Yeah, actually a good use of the teleport there by Shima. Obviously the Astro cross, obviously not landing, but it's enough to dissuade the dive there onto Hasm. And Hasm's already pretty far behind this Olaf, and the fact if that dive would have been successful and killed him again and denied 1 to maybe 2 more waves, Hasm would have been absolutely out of this game completely. So the fact that he is able to survive the dive and still able to maintain a little bit of farm difference, but still get the gold and the XP is honestly successful for Dorado Gaming Alpha because they had already secured the dragon. They had the push. They used the Rift Herald to kind of gain their entryway into the river. So that does mean obviously the fact that they were able to get the dragon while also saving their top laner.
Yeah, really, really nice teleport there from Shima. Saves the top laner, stops the dive. Virginity Havern, Snoop Dogg, really nice job though to not pick up tower aggro immediately, wait out the Slicing Maelstrom, and then with the teleport coming in, they're able to abort the dive safely.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we're transitioning here a little bit into the mid-game. Tower plates are still up and available for about 40 more seconds, but Nadal trying to contest this Maokai here a little bit, does realize that, hey, I've got to Ravenous Hydra. I'm one of the few champions that actually has a completed item in this game. So definitely looking to use that power to, leverage himself in this game, like trying to disrupt a little bit here. Hasm does actually check the bush very, very smartly before walking into anything here. But, I think after a couple of tries from Nadal here, I think he should realize now that he cannot run down Kennen as long as Lightning Surge is up and available.
He's going to try, though. There's the Ragnarok popped as well. The Slicing Maelstrom as he flashes away. Hasm will go down to the last Undertow. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Carino has already taken the Wild Growth. Is going to get pushed away and caught up. Almost going down. Gets the shield as the Nature's Grass comes in from Riddy from the backside. And then it's going to be a bomb that takes out Carino. And Beep will fall down to a Bramble Smash. Now Glory on the run out. It's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane with Riddy's intervention.
Oh, it almost looked disastrous there for the ball in a CB Diamond with Carino losing on 1 HP there, but just enough to pick up the kill there from the Ziggs. I didn't see if it was a Q-bomb or what exactly killed him there, but Ziggs was able to pick up the kill credit there onto him. Almost picked up the kill credit there on the back end for no attack as well. But we saw, obviously, the 1v1 dive tip up to the top lane has Nadal refusing to take no for an answer up in the top lane, just continuously looking to run down Hasm up there in the top side. And obviously it was a kill, but immediately traded backs, and there wasn't really a wave there to deny our crash. As you can see, the CS difference is still relatively the same here, but Snoop Dogg is looking to start the Herald. Nautilus already up on the top side, and with the numbers advantage, this Herald is going to be pretty freely secured here. And honestly, you got a couple of different options here. You could look to save the Herald for the Dragon that's spawning in about 1 minute and 50 seconds, or you could look to use it as a pressure point to get this Olaf out of lane with this top lane tower and just continuously look to have him be out and active on the map, because he is currently your strongest member. He does have 2 kills. He does have 130 farm. He is pretty massive. And with the multiple members up here, you can see the leverage he's able to have. He's just able to walk in between the lanes and just posture very, very aggressively. As it does look like, you know, obviously the first tower of the game is going to go to Alpha very, very smartly.
Here we go. Riddy from behind is going to get the Twisted Advance into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into Glory, using the charge to get away, but it's not going to be enough as Carino will just chase him down with the slows and take down the kill.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened, but obviously Riddy's flash is on cooldown, so most likely it was just a flash twisted advance and just ran at him and said, hey, like, you don't have your teammates to protect you, I can just physically do this. And with the Asher as well, it was just enough as Shima, nice rocket jump there to actually dodge out on the petrifying gauge from the Cassiopeia, not quite able to land the stun, but Snoop Dogg is coming behind him.
Yeah, here we go. Shima doesn't have the rocket jump. He's going to be able to use the Buster Shot to boost Snoop Dogg away from him, as has him teleporting in. Return the favor, try and teleport in to save the gank. Or save the dive, rather.
Yeah, nice little Buster Shot there, but I'm surprised, actually, from Snoop Dogg there. I don't know if his... I mean, I saw the Empowered E available, which most likely means he could have used it. And if he would have used it, he would have been unstoppable, and Buster Shot would have done absolutely nothing there to stop that engage. As Hasm does check the bush, he is able to get that ward, and respectfully, Nadal is going to walk away. But if Nadal sees more members up here, he might actually look to get a little bit aggressive, because he realizes that is a 1v1 up there, but doesn't have any vision to confirm that's actually a 1v1.
Yep, he is going to come out of the brush now. The Undertow will catch him even after the Rocket Belt, and there's the Ragnarok pop, but flashes in to get the auto attacks off. They're looking for the dive, and now Hasm will make it back to the safety of the tower. Meanwhile, again, it's going to be Dorado Gaming Alpha with the Dragon. This is going to be a sole point if they secure this one.
Ooh, yep.
And they will do so as the Rich Herald summoned in the mid lane. Meanwhile, gets the solo kill on the top side.
Yeah, Nadal finally punished for just the over-aggression there in the top side. Once again, yeah, he's winning out on these trades, but he's having to invest so heavily into just walking at this guy to just potentially pick up the kills on the top side. So Nadal making mistake after mistake, but finally has him able to pick up the kill there. But obviously still being down 50 CS is a lot for this early on into the game, so still a very massive lead up on the top side. But we do talk about, like you mentioned, that third Dragon being picked up there for Alpha does put them on a sole point at about 22 minutes is what it's going to look like here for Dorado Gaming Alpha, and that is obviously going to be a very nice thing if they're able to pick that up. A 22-minute Ocean Soul is always going to feel very, very nice, but most likely what's going to end up happening is the Olaf will be joining up for this next Dragon fight, so obviously it will be a power of 5 versus 5 because you're going to want to deny the Dragon Soul that's going to be spawning in that 4 minutes.
Yeah, although interestingly enough, you know, even with the lead that Nadal has in that top lane in isolation, the Kennen has the potential to be much more impactful in team fights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Kennen, with him only being on one item, if he gets a 3, 4, 5 man ulti, he is going to absolutely deal a lot of damage. But I do think
Now,
that
Shima,
obviously...
though, is going to get caught by the undertow, and Nadal just has to walk away and pick up that axe. Now, Yune might be caught here. Hazem is going to go in with the Slicing Maelstrom. Is going to get the stun. The Nature's Grasp is going to come out. Shoots an advanced dodging over for the Petrifying Gaze as well. Is surely dead here. Who are they going to be able to hand the kill off to?
Oh, I got him!
And it's going to be a 1-for-1, the kill being picked up by Riddy.
Yeah, absolutely huge mistake there by Riddy and the rest of Alpha on the top side of the map. You cannot just let Cassiopeia just keep shooting those Twin Fangs with Conqueror stacks and just all the amount of healing this champion actually has. You have to secure that kill there because not only do you lose out on the kill, but you had to send 3 members up there on the top side of the map, which means the rest of the map just gets completely controlled here by CBD. They get a chunk of the mid lane tower. They lose out on a bot lane tower on a play that should have been relatively free up the top side. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 and a huge misplay by Dog Alpha.
Yeah, it's like very obvious in hindsight. You see like, hey, they're trying to hand this kill off to somebody who's more impactful, but unfortunately, just that little tiny bit of greed results in Yune being able to turn it around and get the 1-for-1. And like you said, investing 3 members for what is ultimately like a gold neutral play ends up being gold negative because the rest of the team is doing things on the other side of the map.
Absolutely, and I think if it was like any other champion or a champion that didn't have as much sustain and healing as Cassiopeia, I think it's relatively okay to make that choice where it's like, okay, get the kill that has him, he's so far behind, he really, really needs it. But ultimately, that Cassiopeia with Conqueror, with the healing from Twin Fangs, as long as you have a poisonous target, that healing actually is a really good amount. And Kennen is a burst champion. Kennen is not a DPS champion unless you're building AD, which obviously Hazem is not. So without the burst, without the abilities up on cooldown, Hazem had literally no damage there. So definitely a really not good decision to just let the Cassiopeia just keep on shooting those Twin Fangs and to trade that 1-for-1. But obviously Dragon is spawning up at 1 minute and 20 seconds, and that is going to be the big ticket play for both of these teams. You can tell both teams already postulated all, looking to play in this jungle, seeing if anyone face checks him. And so far, not a whole lot of vision has been placed by either team in this area. We do see some preliminary vision being placed on the top side of the map to protect Yune up here to make sure he doesn't actually get killed before this dragon spawns. But really trying to shadow gank this Tristana up in the top side. Doesn't quite want to let anything happen. And actually, it's going to be Riddy that collects the wave. I'm not sure if he's close to an item. If we can get a gold check real quick to see if there is anybody close to an item before this dragon does spawn. From our producer. Thank you very much. He had Freeze on 2.4 gold. That is why he wanted to collect the wave.
The Radiant Virtue just picked up.
Yep, absolutely. It's pretty massive actually for this wave. So most likely some communication there saying, hey, I really need this wave for this item. Radiant Virtue is a huge team fighting item here for the Maokai. So to be able to pick that up before this dragon is absolutely massive. But if you can look across the board here, you see some clear item breakpoints. We've got 2 items on the Olaf. We got 1.5 on the Kennen. 2 items on the Cassiopeia as well, with basically 1.5 for this Tristana as well. So some pretty big item breakpoints are coming through for these teams, but CP Diamond definitely has the advantage in this fight. And I think if you're Alpha, you're okay giving
They're
this
looking
dragon.
for the Baron. They're trying to trade the Baron for the pressure by being on Soul Point, but it is going to be spotted out Nyon immediately as CP Diamond are on their way in. It Twisted Advance coming.
Let's get in!
It's just ripping him apart, but it's not enough damage. Beat is going to be the first kill of the fight as the Mega Inferno Bomb goes in behind. He's just chasing him down, and a rocket jump forward from Shima is looking for some more. In the backside is Virginity Hammer, who will finally get focused down and double kill with the Tristana, and then Enchanted Arrow still available. Is going to catch Yune on the way out. The Satchel Charge from Glory denies the last rocket jump, and it will be a 4-for-1 in favor of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
It's actually going to be a huge fight as well. So we're going to get a bit of a replay here. We see the 4 members of Dorado Alpha on the Baron, but a massive flank from Hazem. We talked about this guy having to get these huge flanks in these team fights. He does make it happen, but honestly, a huge play in this play was the Ziggs Bomb from Glory. Absolutely whipped in that fight, hitting no one across the board, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is crazy damage in these team fights if it lands on that sweet spot. Could have been a huge turnaround for CB Diamond because Olaf almost did enough in the back line, just couldn't quite do enough. They kited him well. They ended up dealing enough damage to him where he wasn't able to go absolutely ballistic in the team fight. But huge ulti from Hazem in the back line, setting up Dorado Gaming Alpha for success. And not only did they get the kills, but they went and picked up the Ocean Soul as well. 23-minute Ocean Soul is going to be absolutely massive for Alpha, but they're not out of the woodworks yet. They are still down in the gold category, so the game is still relatively even, but the Ocean Soul is a lot of gold that is just like behind the curtain, so it's not actually going to apply real gold value, but the amount of healing you get and the sustain you get is definitely very valuable.
Yeah, it is for sure quite underrated. I think Ocean Soul isn't underrated as far as, you know, its brothers and sisters and the other Dragon Souls. But Baron still on the table. A really, really nice turn from Dorado Gaming Alpha on that play. Like you're talking about, has him with a really, really nice flank there coming out from the side. And then they all just turn at the appropriate time. And coming forward is just going to get booted away by the Bramble Smash, and it will be Dorado Gaming Alpha with control over the river.
I will say, when it comes to those types of flanks, they typically don't come twice, because usually when a big flank like that happens in a huge team fight, actually Sudong potentially looking for the Karino, does end up backing off a little bit there. But typically when a big flank like that happens in a game, you typically are like, okay, we cannot let that happen again. So what can we do to stop a flank like that from happening in the next fight coming through? But
I'm just more aware of the need to mark that cannon for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And with the early Ocean Soul pickup as well, 4 minutes time, that's an Elder spawning. It's going to be like, what, a 28-minute Elder going to be spawning across. That's a very early Dragon for either of these teams to pick up. And we all know the power of the Elder Dragon to be in a team fight where all you have to do is get your opponent to 75, 80% HP, and you get absolutely just...
Oh, the Drench Line on the... The depth charge is going to come in, Shima's going to get locked up, the rocket jump and the flash, and Azum is going to try and slicing Maelstrom, but the ward is good to avoid them from going in. Shima does survive.
Yeah, but a TP's coming in from Cassiopeia. They might look to burn away this Baron. Cassiopeia absolutely melts this thing, and with no Maelstrom as well from the cannon, they don't have a lot of their team fighting power from their champions. Obviously, TP is coming in. They're trying to force their way through. Miasma's good.
Hasm is coming in, and Riddy goes into the side, and he steals it! Riddy gets the Baron, and beats. The rocket jump is available, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to come through, but it's not enough damage. And now Shima jumping into the backside on the other side. The Petrifying Gaze comes out from Unit, but does he have the damage? Gets one! Karina going low! Gets two! There's the Udyr getting in on the game, but it's a quadra kill for the Tristana on the backside, and the rocket jump is not enough to get in there, and it will be a 4 for 2. But CBD lose the Baron and lose the team fight.
A huge mistake from CP Diamond. They let Riddy just walk in front of them and say, hey, I can steal away the Baron. I'm not sure if the smite was early from Snoop Dogg or not, but it definitely came through, and Riddy securing the Baron still here for Alpha. As we see the team fight obviously consuming. We see Shima dashing forward on the Glory, completely blowing him up. Yuna going for the hero play in the backline, trying to bump him up, but Tristana was free hitting that entire fight. She's 6-1-2. She is obviously powered up and ready to take over this game.
Yeah, it was 6-1-2 now, but that was 4 kills. All 4 of them went there in that fight. Shima was only 2 kills at the start of that one. And now, imagine how much gold he's going to be able to spend here. Picks the full-on Navori Quick Blades.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This Tristana is massive in this game. It's kind of funny because the game is actually still relatively close, but what Dog Alpha is going to look to do here is they're going to have their Baron push. They're actually going to have all 5 members on the bot side of the map because they recognize the Elder is spawning in 1:30. They are going to be able to push in these lanes, set up the vision up into the jungle here of CB Diamond, and just control the river and control the space that they can walk in.
Away from by Glory.
Oh, Ash Arrow was actually huge there from Carino there. Would have been a massive pickup there, but blowing the flash of the 6 a minute before this dragon spawns obviously going to be very, very massive in this fight to come. Olaf has chosen not to split push up at the top side anymore. He does want to join up with his team, and it's just going to be a 5v5 brawl for this Elder Dragon. We just talked about it. Even though Alpha has been winning fight after fight recently, Elder Dragon can completely change things whoever ends up picking these up. They're going to fight for river control, both teams posturing aggressively.
Yeah,
here we go.
Crab controlled by CB Diamond and Snoop Dogg going to take a Bramble Smash, and now they're going to try and push their way in. Neither of the teams really wants to full commit at this time, looking to try and land some of those bouncing from the Ziggs.
Yeah,
Now
but
the push coming in though from double 80 carries from Dorado Gaming Alpha. This is something that CB Diamond does eventually have to respond to. Now they're gonna look for no attack. Daydream is gonna be caught here, and the Nature's Grasp though is gonna cut out the rest of the team. In the backside, Riddy is gonna use the twist event to rejoin the team. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. A depth charge is gonna good knock up onto Hazem, but in the backside, it's gonna be the only one that's gonna get sliced out. Paired games with a slicing maelstrom is good. A rocket jump for Shima. Buster shuts him out. That's gonna be a double kill, a triple kill, another quadra kill for the Tristana as the Leandris will take down and take down Carino, but it's an ace for 2 in favor of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to end up being the game here, as we do get a quick little replay here as Snoopdog tries to get on Daydream, or sorry, no attack, does end up getting a little bit far enough, but Riddy, huge ulti on the backline here, denying the entry of 4 members here, and they walk into a choke, and Hatchet says, okay, I'll just flash ult on you, get an absolute 4-man of an ulti into the backline. So much damage, did his job, obviously ended up dying towards the back end of the play, but absolutely another clutch ultimate there, and a game 1 victory over to Dorado Gaming Alpha after Hasm got absolutely obliterated in the laning phase. Comes up with multiple huge cannon ultis to absolutely take over this game alongside Shima, who went absolutely ballistic in those last couple of fights.
Yeah, even at the end of the game, Hasm was Flame Horizon, but it didn't feel like it. Just how much impact were those slicing maelstroms up against CB Diamond? Just has one good flank, and then really abusing the fact that CB Diamond kind of funneled themselves into that choke. Really nice game 1, taken away by Dorado Gaming Alpha to put themselves in an early lead in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, CP Diamond's plan early, like just for having Nadal just continuously pressuring him, getting this guy ahead, definitely played them dividends, right? They had the very, very strong power. But I think the one thing that Alpha did a very, very strong was they said, hey, like even though they're layering all their powers up to the top side, we need to make something happen to the boss side. And for them, it was those dragons. They got all 4 from very early, 22, 23-minute Ocean Soul. I forgot exactly what that time was. So that actually allowed them to leverage a lot of that poke damage, a lot of the healing that CB Diamond had, because Cassiopeia's damage, Zig's poke damage became all of a sudden very irrelevant in a lot of these team fights. And as the fights became very, very explosive, we saw Kennen ult. They just never marked the flank from Kennen. They always fought in a position where Kennen just got absolutely massive ultimate. So even though he was down a lot in the CS category, it doesn't matter when you're letting 3 to 4, 5-man ultis almost every single fight.
Yep. Really nice play from Dorado Gaming Alpha in this game number 1. We're going to take a short break as we get set up for game number 2's Champion Select. So thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you for game 2 in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 2 between Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond. CB Diamond, having lost that last game, did get to side select, and they chose to stay on the red side. We're here in Champion Select for game number 2 already. Dorado Gaming Alpha gonna start off again with the Semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously the only really thing that went wrong for Alpha, obviously, was the top side of the map, was because of the fact that Hasn's wave was frozen on him for about a minute and a half to 2 minutes up there, and was able to go down to 25 CS because of that. And then they had their rotation up to kill him on that bouncing back wave. So that was basically the only really thing that really went wrong for Alpha. But besides that, Alpha relatively had a very strong game in game number 1. So I think bans wise, we could actually relatively look to see the 3 very, very similar bans to come through from both these teams. So I feel like if you're CP Diamond coming out of that game, you're probably thinking, well, we had a 3K gold lead. Our top laner was getting like really, really strong, like plus 50 farm. Like we probably just were a little bit too aggressive and took some pretty bad fights. So if we clean up some of our fights, we can actually do fairly strong in this game. So I have to wait and see what these bans are. Obviously, the rest of the way, we do see obviously for 4 so far across the bands, like same band, same order. Absolutely nothing has changed except Maokai gonna get changed up here a little bit, taking away their own pick here from Alpha. Curious to see what Diamond thinks of this Maokai ban. Obviously, for CP Diamond, we saw Snoop Dogg. He got his Udyr. He got the champion that he feels really, really confident on. Didn't necessarily have the most impact. Obviously, he did well to get his top winner up ahead. A couple early ganks on Hasm. But outside of that, didn't necessarily have any real function in any other part of the game.
Yeah, with the Maokai up now, it's gonna be CB Diamond who banned away the Seraphine, potentially thinking that Dorado Gaming were thinking about B1ing it. But Jinx is gonna be the B1 pick here for Dorado Gaming Alpha, leaving open once again the Udyr maybe for CB Diamond, but for sure they're gonna take their Ashe away.
Yep, Jinx B1 tier Battleground Alpha is something I expected a little bit more in game number 1, but instead going to be a game number 2 strategy. I'm curious to see if Diamond I'm curious if they're gonna take away the Milio or if they're gonna take the Lulu away, whichever obviously the one they prioritize. I have a feeling Alpha probably prioritizes the Milio over the Lulu, but they're fine picking the Lulu instead. Or CP Diamond could just look to be like more aggressive here, as it is going to be Viego locked in here for Snoop Dogg. So waiting to pick their support on 3, going to look and see what Alpha is considering for their support pick. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, to see D'Amelio to come through here for no attack. Has been spamming the champion absolutely. And it is a very, very strong champion, especially with a champion like Jinx, who already has a very large attack range with the cannon. Cannon form, and then you also have the extended range with Milio W as well, so definitely can become a team fighting menace as this game goes on, and there is Milio being locked in for Alpha. Curious whether Jungle Pick's going to be here now. Typically, Maokai is particularly actually good with these champions because champions you can just stick your ground on, but instead might look to go a champion that can match Viego early on in the game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see for CB Diamond not to early pick up that Milio, because you were talking about how good it is with the Ashe early on
Mhm.
in the last champion select. The
Yeah.
Shaco going to be moused over, but it is just a
Ooh.
little bit of a troll as the Kindred going to be picked up for Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Wow. Okay. Kindred into the Viego take carry on carry. 280 carries with Milio so far already locked in, which most likely, if I mean obviously I talked about how Alpha is typically a team that likes to play the a lot of different carries. Like they have four hands players on their team, but I would imagine with the Kindred Jinx already locked in, you're most likely putting Hasm on some form of tank on the top side, or at least some type of frontlining champion on the top side, because that's typically what Jinx and Kindred need. They don't need any extra damage because they'll pump out all the damage. But if they're getting one shot, then obviously they can't do any damage. So typically they do need some form of frontlining champion. Karma is going to be the answer here for CB Diamond to kind of counteract this poke early on, or not say the poke, but to poke out this Jinx and this Milio with the Ashe, trying to get that early laning presence here in the bot lane.
Yeah, Yune is going to be forced onto something else as the Cassiopeia ban will be coming through for Dorado Gaming Alpha. CB Diamond going to take away the Camille. They banned away Jax and Camille in the second rotation last game, but this time they're going to leave the Jax open in favor of taking the Kennen from Hasm away. For sure, something that they struggled against in that game number 1.
Yeah, and I think with the Cannon being banned, it basically is just the fact that even though he got put so far behind in fights, in CS, the fights were just so dramatically different because multiple AoE ultis coming through the cannon. That even though he was behind, he was still able to deal 40 to 50% of their HP bars. And once Tristana started going with those resets, she was absolutely not stopping in that mid lane. Probably not going to see a Tristana in this game, just because the champions and the doll actually locking in the Scion here, recognizing that this could be a very slow front to back team fighting type of game. And if you want to tank, Scion is the way to go. Probably, if not the best tank in the game because of Heart Steel and just the ability to have so much HP to really, it's going to be hard to chunk through that champion.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Alpha now need to show both of their solo laners in this rotation. Looking like a Gwen, the
Okay.
nice little classic counter pick to a lot of these top lane tanks, and in particularly into Scion. Gwen is going to be picked up. Evens out their damage profile quite a bit with that magic damage top laner, and a lot of damage coming out from this Gwen. This is kind of what you were talking about, like a lot of hands diff players on the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha. We're gonna see what they're gonna pick up for the mid lane here. Would like to see something a little bit more control the map, or control the terrain of team fights a little bit. Maybe something like Victor or Talia. Lissandra as the engage tool for the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Okay, I will. I mean, while Gwen and Lissandra can obviously be frontline champions, they're definitely like pseudo frontline champions because you got Gwen's immutability with her W, Lissandra's ability to buy time with her Frozen Thrall, Frozen Throne. I can't remember exactly what the ulti is called. But you have the ability to buy time with your ulti and then buy time obviously with stopwatch and all that stuff. So you do have like a pseudo frontline, but it's absolutely nothing compared to Scion up in the top side. But the Gwen pick, obviously, you're basically saying, hey, if we can put this Scion far enough behind early, his tankiness will be less because he won't have the items, he won't have the gold necessary to really be that tank. So as this game obviously goes on, Dorado Gaming Alpha clearly has the more damage across the board, but they are relatively squishy. Like you no real tank. You only have Amelia to keep really one person alive with shields, not really anyone else. And you do have the Amelia ulti obviously to cleanse away from an Ashe ult or for a Syndra stun. So obviously that obviously is going to be very, very prevalent in this game, but still a very, very squishy team, but lots of damage coming out from Alpha in this draft.
Yeah, the Syndra as the last pick answer up for CB Diamond. Um, I guess both of these mid laners have ways of kind of stunning each other and trying to set up. Lissandra gonna have a little bit of leeway to play around with that glacial path to try and escape from any ganks, as long as the CC isn't chained perfectly between the Scat of the Week and the Viego stun. But I don't know. I'm curious again. I'll ask this at the end of every draft. Which team do you think comes out ahead in terms of champion select?
Yeah, I think gonna need some Obviously, we're waiting to get some people in order for the champion before we actually start the draft. But I think it really depends on how the early game stages go. So I think, like I said, Dorado Gaming Alpha has a lot of damage built into their kind of composition. But I think, like I said, they are relatively squishy. And if this Scion becomes this massive tank as a front line and ends up becoming just this really, really hard champion to deal with, even though they have a lot of damage, he might just be this unkillable tank. And Viego just needs one reset. If he gets the one reset to come through, he can absolutely steamroll a team fight. But a big ultimate in this game, obviously, is the Kindred ult because you see Viego coming through. If he tries to one shot somebody, he will get Kindred ulted, and you can buy that time necessary, as well as Lissandra to buy that time. And really, Kindred as a champion in this game can be pretty massive because even though they don't actually have like any real tankiness or any real frontline, 2.5 seconds of inability to die and with Kindred's ulti can actually basically just you sit there and just deal as much damage as you possibly can and just chunk through their team before they can actually enter into Kindred's ulti. So it is an interesting game. I think these team fights are going to be relatively explosive, a little bit different than last game. I think last game we kind of expected team fights to be relatively slow, except for maybe like the Kennen ultis that came through from Hassan. These team fights are going to be absolutely just like someone is going to die very, very quickly on either team. Just deal to the not tankiness of Alpha, but also just the glass cannon of these champions.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would rather be playing against CB Diamond's comp just because I think, like you said, they have a true front line in the form of the Scion, and then they have a lot of these. They have Ashe not as high damage in terms of like DPS output compared to Jinx, Kindred, Gwen, for example, but
Mm.
I think CB Diamond does have a little bit of a little bit more room to play with just because of having that Scion.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of like where I'm like kind of leaning towards as well, just because that's the Scion is going to be very big. But at the same time, a very similar thing that happened to Hassan in the game one, he can turn right back onto the Nadal, like just putting him very, very far behind the items. And a Scion with no items compared to a Cannon with no items would be a little bit different because Scion obviously known to be obviously a very massive tank. But without the items, he is actually not a very tanky champion. He is a very item reliant champion. Doesn't just get the natural resistances of some of the other champions in the game. He just gets a lot of health from his W if he kills those minions. And health, when you're dealing with champions that shred HP, like Jinx, like Kindred, like Gwen, isn't obviously going to be that very important. So I think obviously for Nadal up in the top lane, getting those items, becoming a very massive frontline for his team is going to be very, very important. While also, for the rest of CP Diamond, just like securing those kills onto those champions. But you do have to obviously make sure that you're not committing too much of your damage into a Kindred ult, into a Lissandra ult, even Emilio. Like if you're over committing into these ultis, you will end up just getting popped right afterwards by these champions. So I think for Alpha, they're obviously looking to test their mettle in this game with the kind of champions they've drafted. They feel very, very confident in just flexing their mechanics a little bit, while CP Diamond is looking to be just very meta heavy, very like play for the back team fighting. Like CC somebody, one shot them, move forward.
Yeah. Oh, something I really like about Kindred is it makes you think about how team fights are going to go very differently. You really when a Kindred is in the game, just generally, whether it be on your team or on the other team, you kind of like to think about your team comp as like, what bombs do we have? What do we have that we can like time or set up to go off right as the Kindred ult is landing? Um, One of the big ones I think is CB Diamond has the Scion Q that you can time with the Kindred ultimate, and there's not really very many good ways that Dorado Gaming have to interrupt Scion charging that decimating smash like right in front of you.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see that. Of course, Milio has kind of the reverse bomb where you set up to cleanse everybody off as soon as the Kindred ult lands when you're anticipating getting hit by a bunch of CC.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how these team fights go out and if we'll ever see any of the scenarios. Those are just things that are really cool to see in League of Legends. But we're into the spectator delay. We're going to take a short break as we get set up for this game number 2. Will CB Diamond be able to even up the series, or will Dorado Gaming Alpha put themselves at match point? Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here with game number 2, Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond. Once again, Dorado Gaming Alpha on the blue side, 1 game up over CB Diamond, and we're gonna have just the 5 point this game. None of that Flash Nautilus Q from game number 1.
Yep. Definitely not real invades from either team. Like obviously you could look to use Karma Q or look to use the Ash slows, but this time it's a very standard 5 point across the board as we do see another pause.
Yeah, this is gonna be a recurring trend in this series. We're gonna get into the game and then we're gonna pause, and then somebody's gonna like flash at level 1, and then the game's gonna be over at some point.
Well, I mean, from chat, it does look like Shima's monitor apparently died. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Whether like because if it actually died, I'm not sure how he's gonna play this game. If it if it just kind of went out for a second, it's gonna come back. It's kind of hard to say exactly, but yeah, might be a little bit of a longer pause than last time if his monitor broke.
Yeah. So we are seeing, just like looking for things to talk about in this game so far. We've got the red smite on Riddy's Kindred and green
Oh,
smite
never mind.
picked up for Snoop Dogg. Whenever I was watching competitive like pro play, um, I saw a lot of blue smite picked up, and I saw a lot of green smite picked up. Very rarely did I end up actually seeing red smite. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Red Smite has been slowly coming back. I mean, obviously, I think blue and green were the ones that like everyone is like, blue is like movement speed, where it's like, oh, like I have to have this, and green is obviously the one where you get the both the tenacity plus the shield. So it just kind of feels very, very nice. Um, could have potentially seen a little bot lane invade. Almost doesn't really quite anything come through as we see a nice little chunk from both these top laners, but nothing really going to come out of that at the end of the day. But Carino, if he walks past this bush, or if they walk into the bush, Karina's going to take a lot of damage here from the Mantra Q. So, kind of have to wait and see if we see anything too spicy happening.
Oh,
Does actually
found him again.
does land a little bit more of a chunk damage there from the Scion Q, and that's the power Scion. Obviously, the big chomps from his Q are lots of damage actually.
All right, so
So
Carino and No Attack gonna take the safe path in to rejoin their wave. So Glory and Beep not gonna get necessarily the big chunk,
ooh.
but there will be a Mantra Q shielded up by No Attack.
Yeah, still nice little poke there, obviously, and that's what this Ashcan armor lane. They're gonna look to do this entire lane. They're just gonna keep on continuously landing, like poke after poke. And Emilio obviously does have the shielding right to come through, so it is nice to have. But relatively, it isn't the most consistent way of surviving that much poke to come through because it is like the poke damage would be a lot more to come through. But ultimately, that is what they're going to look to do consistently in this lane. So we do see both junglers, obviously, actually Viego going from red Raptors into blue buff here. So maybe looking to play a little bit early on into the bot side of the map, but Trey's already being very favored to have an advantage.
Yeah, see Glory moving forward, and like you said, Snoop Dogg is in this bottom side looking for potentially early ganks onto this bottom side. Yune getting a little bit shoved in, but not in too bad of a spot, as yeah, Ping's coming in on the mid lane wave. Yune might be looking to set up Shima for a gank from Snoop Dogg here. Shima is playing forward aggressively. The Scatter Weak is not going to get the stun up, as Shima is going to use the Glacial Path to try and get out of there, but Snoop Dogg is on the side here looking for the stun. We'll find it, and it's first blood for the jungler Diamond.
Yeah, Shima just needs to flash probably first there to get behind his wave, because even if Snoop Dogg flashes after him, he can still actually able to get far enough away with the flash where he's actually not going to be in any trouble there. But instead, it is just going to be first blood from Snoop Dogg, who actually, if those don't know, was actually Shima's mid laner on Zeta when they participated in AML, who got bumped out of not even making playoffs. So a bit of revenge there from Snoop Dogg to get the first blood there for obviously that team obviously not doing as well as they would have liked to in that series.
Carino and No Attack just continuing to try and get this wave shoved in, although it looks to be fairly nicely controlled by Beep and Glory.
Yep, we are still obviously trying to pay attention up here to this top side, because we now talk about obviously how this win will have the advantage in a 1v1 up against the Scion. And Scion, opted into the Ghost, oddly enough, wanting to maybe anticipating Gwen picking the Ghost, wanting to match that ability as Shima throwing out the claw, trying to get maybe a little bit aggressive there, but a nice E from Yune there to make sure the stun is to come through, making sure not too much damage is going to end up coming back out onto him. But relatively after that gank, nothing really has happened. Both junglers, Kindred still hasn't really shown anywhere, I believe. Don't think he's been seen on a ward at all, as Hasm looking to get a little bit aggressive there. Nice shield.
Oh, here we go, Yune. Oh, the nice scout of the week to push away Shima to dodge away from the Ring of Frost. And Riddy coming in, forcing the flash out of Yune. Riddy did show mid lane earlier to try and get a gank onto Yune, who is recalling after the gank onto Shima, but was not successful and was now the ghost popped by Nadal out of fear of Hasm just going all in there. Now, here we go, Decimating Smash coming out, but it will be Nadal getting solo killed out by Hasm there.
Yeah, so actually, solo kill comes through, and actually a really good usage of the ghost there by Hasm, because a huge wave was crashing up on the top side of the map, and with the Scion Q landing there, with the zombie pasta coming after, like, he definitely could have ended up dying there if he wasn't careful. So great use of the ghost to minimize the slow from Scion's initial Q to walk away from the zombie passive to actually collect that wave. So well played there by Hasm, getting that early advantage. And that's what we talked about early on in this game. We talked about how we needed to see the early advantage coming through for Hasm up here on the top side of the map. Already purchasing that Blasting Wand is a really good spot to start really bullying the Scion.
All right. Yeah, so kill score 1-1. Mid laner and top laners just going down on opposite sides. And now Beeped continuing to try and make use of that brush and just chunk out Karina with those mantra Qs, as Hasm now coming forward, nicely trading in onto the Scion. This is how you anticipate the matchup going. The Gwen just continuing to zip in and around and snip all over the Scion. Now Riddy coming forward. Yune get a face check in. There's the scout of the week to try and stop Shima from getting in there. And Riddy just doing enough damage. The flash for the tomb. And Riddy will get the kill on the Yune.
Yep, and that's the power of the Lissandra when the enemy mid does not have the flash. Even though Yune got the early kill there onto Lissandra,
there's the needlework coming out from Hasm, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming out. They're going to use the Unstoppable Onslaught to try and disengage this one, but there's the full-on needlework. Do they have the damage? Hasm cues the wrong direction. I don't know if that would have been a kill regardless, but like, wow, just really not what you want to see for Hasm.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have been enough damage, but it does obviously end up backfiring on him, obviously, but they do end up getting a very nice trade. Does end up pumping out the Scion out of lane. Did you see, of course, aggressive trading down to the bot side of the map as well? Everyone just trading very aggressively in this game. A little bit different compared to last game. Last game was a little bit slower. Not a whole lot was happening on really anywhere on the map outside of top lane, but instead everyone's getting into the early action in game number 2.
Yep, just now we saw No Attack have to flash away for fear of getting rooted up by that tether coming up from Beep's Karma. And now Glory and Beep pushing in on this bottom lane. They're going to move over and help Snoop Dogg pick up that dragon. Yep,
early dragon obviously once again here. Actually going to be for CB Diamond, so a bit of a different change of pace here in this game, obviously compared to last. But that does mean Kindred able to pick up the mark on the top side of the map with the Raptors. It is actually I'm going to check Kindred's marks. It's going to be the third mark of the game already for Riddy. And Kindred marks are obviously the power of 4 is when you really obviously get that first major upgrade with the attack range, and it's every 3 after that. So obviously going to be paying close attention to Kindred's marks if he does get that number 4 one, because that's when things really start to pick up for the Kindred.
Yep, Riddy now, Snoop Dogg picking up the Raptors on the opposite side, knows that those Raptors are going to be gone, has to at least, can't deny the mark, but at least can try and keep up in camps. The Scout of the Week stun going to come out onto Yune. Shima throws out the Glacial Path, just a threat, just to maybe see if Riddy, or bluff that Riddy is in the area.
Yeah, it's still a nice chunk, though. Obviously, Shima does have the option of using Corrupting Potion, and we'll able to collect a plant, most likely. That's going to be above the river. Yep, is going to end up collecting that one. And with the power on the top side already, they're going to collect a very early Herald here, just spawned up with about 40 seconds here. Can really use this just about anywhere. I mean, obviously, last game we saw it used at the top side to really get ahead to Olaf. So, I mean, for Alpha, could look to do a very similar thing with Hasm, just continuing just to really pump a lot of their gold into this win very early on into the game. But Riddy gonna look to use it as a base. Gonna look to get back towards the bottom side of his camps, recognizing his bot lane is pushing and in a pretty I don't want to say dire spot, but definitely in a vulnerable spot, especially with Snoop Dogg already being on the bot side of the map. And you can look at the control wards already being used here on the bottom side. We see like just a straight line of the 3 wards there, giving the bot side a really firm knowledge that anywhere that the Kindred could be. So they should know he's on the Krugs with the camps respawning up as he does end up placing that ward there, thinking that Riddy could be here on the bottom side of the map. Sudok could look to counter this one if he knew it was potentially happening, as No Attack taking a lot of that damage, potentially baiting the Astro to come through there, maybe because they know Riddy's behind him.
Yep. Hasm now getting shoved in. Snoop Dogg is kind of in the area as well, but obviously a little bit farther away, as now Veep is going to flash away, fearing the potential engage there from No Attack, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think obviously like this once the slow came.
Here we go, Shima not quite caught by the scout at the wake, as the glacial path is going to be not taken, just threatened. Scary stuff.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if they would have had the damage to kill the Syndra from that.
Hold that thought, as Hasm is unleashing the needlework, snip snip coming out, as Virginity Haver trying to dodge away, using the Ghost to try and run away. Hasm does have Ghost available as well, so the Unstoppable Onslaught is not enough to keep him alive. Gonna use the Ghost to just try and get away from that one as Riddy coming forward. Now Snoop Dogg is gonna get caught by the Glacial Tomb, and in goes Riddy. Ghost gets the kill. Yune is now already used the Unleashed Power and doesn't have enough damage to turn it back around on the Riddy, who does still have the Lamb's Respite available as well. A nice kill by Shima and Riddy.
Oh,
and the rocket! Glacial Path coming in, flashes for the Ring of Frost. A great play by Shima.
And he gets out alive too. Holy moly, able to get out of that with the skin of his teeth there in that play. But honestly, I'm surprised Snoop Dogg went back in on that play. And honestly, he went back in and really once the combo was already used from Syndra. That was the big thing. If they were able to layer their CC, there's potential for the play to go really in their favor, because once Vigo gets the reset, he just absolutely takes over that fight. But instead, he just gets instantly blown up and then able to get the kill onto the Syndra, who I believe the flash might have just came back up on cooldown. I don't think he had it when Lissandra went initially for that play. So Shima able to just barely get that one in there before the flash gonna come cooldown.
Yeah, Hasm really just hard trading in onto Nadal here in this top lane. Now 2-0 up. This game all of a sudden got really explosive, as Shima taking a little bit of damage, but solo kill on the top lane for Hasm, and then Riddy and Shima just coming out with 2 more kills in this mid lane skirmish up against Snoop Dogg and Yune. Gold lead has now ballooned up to about 2k here in 12 minutes.
Yeah, and I think obviously, I think CB Diamond, while it is 2k, it's not too far.
Here we go. Daydream is going to get caught here. Nice dodge on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Now Snoop Dogg is on the run out. Has to use the ultimate defensively to get back towards his own jungle.
Yeah, Ash Arrow almost landed there for CB Diamond, for Glory, almost able to pick that one up as well, but not quite able to land that nice little movement there from Riddy, not even having to use the flash there to dodge away from that one, as we see Shima potentially threatening a claw once again, trying to make that play happen, as Nadal going to take a little bit of chunk damage here from the tower. Hasm does have TP. He's just trying to get back to base, that way he doesn't end up dying from this dive, as we see Nadal just continuously threatening. He does have access to Sion's ult. He is going to use it.
Onslaught. Hasm is going to be able to dodge away from that one, and with that big threat out of the way, Hasm not really in any more danger. Just going to take a recall and teleport back, presumably. The dragon has spawned.
Yep, Nadal. Honestly, he's just been a nuisance. He's gonna end up. Oh, actually.
Oh, he got with the needle.
Oh no! Oh, that is so sad.
There we go. The Glacial Path is taken, but both junglers are here. Shima taking a lot of damage there. Has the Glacial Tomb himself. Here we go. The channel on the stun is good time, but the Lamb's Respite comes out, and there's the Unleashed Power just wasted. Riddy coming forward. The Wolf's damage comes out, and it's going to be a kill. Yune flashing away just to die, and a double kill as Riddy just outplaying them in and out on this Kindred. Snoop Dogg and Yune going down.
Yep, it's exactly like I said. You cannot use your major abilities into anticipating that the Kindred ulti is going to end up coming through there. Really, actually used the ulti preemptively before the ultimate ever got casted there by Yuna. Yuna just making the mistake of casting it anyways, ends up backfiring on them. And now all of a sudden, you talk about the Goldie ballooning. It's just ballooning even more. 8-1 kill score here, 3,500 gold at the 14-minute marker. This game is honestly the opposite of what happened last game. It was Dorado Gaming Alpha losing this much gold in the early stages of the game. This time, they're the ones getting ahead.
Yeah, and it's in all three of the top side roles basically. Shima down maybe 7 farm, but 3 deaths on the side of Yune. Riddy just having a really big impact on this mid lane, and then of course Hasm having the natural advantage in this top lane is really making good use of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just look at the gold graph here. Obviously, we see the Kindred up about 1,500 gold, 1,600 gold in the jungle. Gwen up about 1,000 gold as well. Those are the real ticket kickers for this team. Everyone else relatively even in this game, like you were saying. So obviously, it is going to be up to Hasm and Riddy to carry this one out. They have the gold, they have the advantage, and they're going to be looking to once to really use that advantage. Obviously, Sion still constantly looking to pressure out Hasm here, but Riddy is going to be spotted on this ward, so they will have knowledge that the Herald is most likely going to end up getting started up here by Dorado Gaming Alpha. And there's not really much CP Diamond can really do about it, right? They're actually losing their bot tower in the meantime.
Yeah, Snoop Dunk and Yune coming in. They're gonna get kicked out by the biggest kick ever, and now Carino gonna get caught regardless. Though they're gonna try and get him out of there. The Unleashed power comes out, but it will be Daydream. No attack, cleansing away and giving him a little bit of healing and shielding. Will be able to escape out of that one. Just the ghost pop by Carino and the heal from No Attack will preserve Carino's flash.
Yeah, that was a play that honestly had to go well there for CB Diamond. They're just starting to lose everywhere on the map and needed to make something happen there. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite really get it done because, the Ash Arrow landed from basically downtown there, full stun onto Ash, and it just did not
there we
matter.
go! The Glacial Tomb gonna be used onto Beep! It's gonna be the Summoner Heal and the Flash, but it will be the Mounting Dread plus a few more auto attacks from Riddy. That's gonna be an unstoppable Kindred.
Yeah, Riddy, nice job there by Shima and Riddy recognizing that beat. Obviously, even though he had both summoner spells, the second that Glacial Tomb lands onto beat, he is absolutely just going to get popped. And he played it relatively well. He used the Empower W, he used his heal and his flash to try to survive. It just was not enough to get away from this Kindred, who is now sitting at, gonna get a mark check, 7 marks at 16.5 minutes. This Kindred is off to the races. Already got 2 upgrades to her auto attack range, and she is going to definitely look to take over this game. Already up, like I think 2,000 gold on her own. On her own, yet Riddy being absolutely massive in this game.
Holy. It's about 4,000 gold in favor of Dorado Gaming Alpha, about 17 minutes. No team on the fast track to that Dragon Soul like we saw in game number 1 dragon apiece right now. So we will have a little bit more elongated dragon game, but as far as this game goes, Dorado Gaming Alpha fell behind in game number 1, and they ended up winning. Now imagine what they can do when they're ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this game is a real boost of confidence. And I think, especially after game 1, when they were losing early and they started having massive team fight after massive team fight, I think this team's obviously playing very confidently. But I think if you are obviously CP Diamond, you're gonna have to find a way to somewhat stall out this game to pick up some of these shutdowns that are in the hands of obviously both this Gwen and this Kindred. That is a lot of sending gold to be picked up. It is only about a 4,000 gold lead, with Kindred having 2.5 of that gold lead in her own pockets. So if they are able to take out Kindred in a fight, or if she's not a part of a fight, then all of a sudden CP Diamond can actually pick up some team fight victories. But if Kindred is ever on the map, you have to pay a lot of attention to Riddy, because he will win a team fight by himself, basically. If he has Milio beside him, or if he has Lissandra beside him, he will absolutely take over this fight with the Kindred.
Has him skulking around in this bush, just like, hey, the mark is here. Come here, Riddy. Riddy, come get it. But the dragon spawning in about 25 seconds. Riddy is on the bottom side of the map with the rest of Dorado Gaming Alpha, ready to try and get an advantage in the dragon game. They do have Yune and Snoop Dunk sneaking around in the side brush there, waiting to see who will be the first to walk up the river. Now Hasm going in onto Virginity Haver is going to pop the needlework as Virginity Haver using the ghost to try and run away. There's the unstoppable onslaught as well, but hits the wall, and Hasm, does he have the mana? The Soul Furnace shield comes up, and they're going to back away from one another. Glory and Keep to trying to retreat up the river as the rest of the team joining the rest of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
It is going to be a most likely a 4 versus 4 for this dragon fight. Even if Gwen comes down,
they're going to go for Riddy, but the Lamb's Respite is good, and Shima into the backside goes in. Ring of Frost and the Glacial Tomb, and Snoop Dogg gets hit by a rocket as the Lamb's Respite runs out. Beat slowed up, and it's a double kill for the Jinx. Meanwhile, Virginity Haver has been found and taken out by Hasm, as we expected earlier to happen, and it will be just everything going Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, and we saw it was a 4 versus 4 fight in the initial beginning over there, forcing to come in both top laners up in the top lane, just constantly fighting. So neither of them really able to join the fight. But we see the initial stun going on to Riddy there. Didn't quite have the Lamb's Respite down, but they weren't able to layer the CC onto him. Weren't able to really keep him from ulting and casting that Lamb's Respite. And the second that comes down, the team fight is just absolutely over, because the damage profile of this team with this much gold lead is just absolutely massive. I'm pretty sure Riddy is sitting on 1.3k gold. Probably going to have his second item of the game as a jungler. Like, this guy is off to the races. Shima potentially looking to duel out here onto Yune. I don't quite think he wins this one, but Hasm's here.
Oh, yep, Hasm's here, and that's going to be a Flash Ring of Frost. Shima just going to let Yune pick that one up. Or Hasm pick that one up, rather. Now Snoop Dunk looking in onto Riddy. Riddy does not have the Lance Respite. Flash fails away from the ultimate, but here comes the teleport from Hasm. You've got Beefed here as well, but Shima has shown up as well. A double teleport from the solo laners. They're going to follow Beefed in. Is going to McHale's himself, but Ring of Frost comes through. It's a double kill for Hasm.
Ooh, a slight misplay there by Riddy. Could have almost really backfired there, because Viego possessed the Kindred. It could have been absolutely massive, but instead it is just going to end up being obviously multiple kills there, going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha. 16-2 kill score in this game, and this is game number 2. Dorado Gaming Alpha obviously picking up the victory in game number 1. This is Alpha looking to put this series on match point if they continue their way to victory in this game.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out before the action broke out, but Riddy, to add insult to injury, did actually make it up there and pick up that mark on the Krugs immediately after winning that dragon fight. So just everything looking good for Dorado Gaming Alpha. It's now almost 9,000 gold lead in their favor. Baron has spawned, and with the Kindred mark on it, Riddy has increased incentive to go for that one.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm curious to see how long this Baron survives, just because you got Gwen, Kindred, and Jinx all hitting this thing all at the same time. Like, this thing is probably gonna die.
It's actually gone already. There's no contest available for the side of CB Diamond, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow did hit on to no attack. They're just trying to scout with it. It gets hits onto the support. You say, okay, they're doing it. Unlucky. Now CB Diamond probably. I mean, the game is not over, but it's looking very unlikely that CB Diamond are coming back from this one.
Yeah, you're probably looking at a 99% chance that Alpha wins this game, just because they get the sheer champions and the damage they have built in. Like, obviously, like, you know, if a Viego stun, Cinder stun, Ash stun comes through, obviously you do have the ability to just one-shot someone, but you're having to deal with a very fed Gwen, a very fed Kindred, and also, very, very quietly, by the way, Jinx has 2 items. So
yeah, and Snoop Dogg having to use that the Heartbreaker to get out defensively. This is, you say that about the chain stuns, but I'm actually concerned they might not even be able to kill them with all the damage they have, just because their base damages are so low because they're the EXP differential. Snoop Dogg is level 11 to level 14 on Riddy. Yune and Glory both level 12 compared to level 14 on Shima as well. It's looking dire, and I don't like to call it, but I feel like CB Diamond needs to start thinking about games 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, honestly I can agree with you, but I think it's like I think this game obviously didn't just quite go the way they
Oh,
wanted.
there's the
Actually,
arrow. They're gonna look for no attack. Doesn't even pop the breath of life to try and get out. That's just like, I'm dead. You can have me.
Well, I will say they are going very aggressive here. This is a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, well, Hasm is going for the dive onto Virginity Haver. He's level 17 to level 14. Now, Carino has popped the ghost, is moving forward, gonna get stunned up by the Scout of the Week. They're going to turn on to Riddy, dodging away from that stun. Now, Snoop Dogg is the target, is gonna have the Mounting Dread onto him, the Glacier Path coming forward, and Shima can't get in the score as Rocket attaches onto all three of them, but doesn't quite get the execute. Now, Hasm's here, in goes Snoop Dogg. Try to finish this one off, and Glory is going to get taken out on the backside. Riddy's taking out Snoop Dogg and beefed on the other side, and Hasm is just continuing the chase onto Yune.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like the attempt from CB Diamond. They recognize, hey, Daydream can very easily die here if just got out of position, and the arrow does end up landing, but still you're killing the support of all champions, so like a champion that doesn't deal really any damage. Milio is just a chanter at heart, just only allows students to deal more damage, to provide that space necessary, but instead they do end up going just way too ham, way too aggressively. Obviously, very, very desperate. It is 11,000 gold, and I think, obviously, like you were saying, I think it is okay for CB Diamond to say, okay, what can we do to win game number 3, 4, and 5? Because obviously this game is looking rather doom good. If they win this game,
all right, they're
gonna
go for the Hail Mary and the Hasm. This is a 6th level discrepancy as the Chain Crystal Arrow dodged away from by the untargeted one. Now Yune is going to get jumped on by Riddy. Scout of the Week as Riddy pops the Lamb's Respite just to make sure the Unleashed Power doesn't have any chance of getting the kill. Yune going down again as the Dragon was picked up by Dorado Gaming Alpha. Pick up the mark, pick up the kill, and looking to try and close this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely looking to dot their I's, cross their T's, and this one, just look at this one, basically is a wraps here. Just like, because, like, you know, obviously 12,000 gold lead basically at this point, 25 minutes into the game. They're also on soul point if we get there. I don't think we will. As we shouldn't if Alpha plays this game correctly and actually pushes their waves out and actually looks to destroy the enemy nexus. But we could have a possibility of that Dragon Soul spawning up. But Baron obviously more likely to spawn. It is in 2 minutes, and with that objective spawning in that time frame, you could look to see potentially some inhibitors to go down. Probably even more likely destruction should be happening. But sending multiple members down to the bot side Hasm is a little. He just here can't really do anything to him.
Yeah, just gonna go for the root, the unstoppable onslaught. They're gonna all in on this attempted Gwen play, but Beeped almost getting taken out by the needlework basically by itself. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. They don't connect anything, but now Hasm is gonna get stunned up, goes golden to dodge away from the decimating smashes. Beeped moving forward just to try to get the AoE shield. Hasm is just gonna turn around, is gonna dodge away from that one. There's the Heartbreaker, and Hasm will slowly but surely go down here, right? There we go. The shutdown goes over. Snoop Dogg possesses the body.
Oh, but here comes Jinx Rocket. Could stop some bases. Yep, it does stop Snoop Dogg's base, actually.
Yeah, now Riddy coming forward as Uni's already used the Scout of the Week, and there's the Glacial Path. Riddy just goes on a rampage. Shima's just there for moral support, and they're just going to take down this tower in their faces. Glory going to get knocked up by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Karina moving forward. Now Riddy and Shima forcing down that top lane inhibitor as the bottom lane will force down the mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you got a 1k shutdown and you got a very important kill on the Gwen, but at what cost, right? You just lost 2/3 of your base with the 2 inhibitors down, and that's obviously going to be very, very massive with this Baron buff spawning in about 40 seconds, because not like you can just pick the Baron buff up, you go right towards the bottom lane, have triple supers coming through all 3 lanes with Baron buff. It is basically checkmate if that happens. So obviously Alpha getting their bases in, gonna look to pick up that objective, just push right into the base, and gonna end up finishing this one up in about 2 minutes time.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take some recalls, spend some of this money. It looks like not a whole lot of money to spend. Just Carino with about 1,200. We'll probably be able to pick up. Is that Storm? That's not Storm Razor, right? What does the Last Whisperer plus Zeal build into?
I think the Last Whisper is probably something he wants to sit on. I think the Zeal could be Hurricane, could be Rapid Fire Cannon, but he won't complete both of them. I don't think there is an item.
There's not something that builds out of both of them. Yeah. No, Alright, that's fine. They're gonna pick up the Baron. It's not gonna be contested. You have both Snoop Dogg and Yune on the bottom lane. So there's basically no chance of a contest here. Not that there would have been even if they had been here, probably.
Yep. I mean, Honestly, I don't think there's really anything. CP has to basically pray that Alpha just makes a huge, massive mistake, and really, I mean, just trying to get what he can towards the bot side, recognizing that hey, obviously, if they get this third tower down here, it can be really detrimental to obviously having like that many supers. Like you can deal with one super per wave, but two supers per wave is like basically impossible, especially with this gold lead. But Riddy says, I don't care. I'm just gonna walk at you anyways. Like I have like 10 kindred stacks. Actually, wait, 13 kindred stacks.
Holy
Sorry.
cow, yeah, they're actually just hitting the Nexus towers. It doesn't look like CB Diamond is in a position as the Glacial Path goes in, the Ring of Frost, it gets stunned up immediately. Shima gonna get the Heartbreaker, the Glacial 2 Manu himself in the backline. It's gonna be Virginity Hammer, but he just gets melted by the sheer damage coming up from Dorado Gaming Alpha. They're gonna take game 2. It's gonna be match point, Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, and honestly, this game was not close at any point except for maybe when there was no kills. Once this game got rolling and Alpha started just taking over, they did not stop. The gas pedal was completely floored into the just completely all the time. Super aggressive plays. I think CP Diamond had a couple of moments in this game where I think if they played some fights mechanically a little bit better, it could have gone a little bit more in their favor. But huge props to Reddy and Shima in the early stages of this game, just completely taking over. Obviously, you know, Shima only being 1, 1, and 11, but the reason why Reddy's 11, 1, and 5 is because Shima kept setting him up for success time and time again. Obviously, Hasm was dominating the doll up in the top lane time and time again, getting a solo kill after solo kill. And like I said, quietly, you know, Carino, like even though like the top side of the map was just being so dominant up for Alpha, Carino was at a point where if those guys died or if those guys made mistakes, you still have to deal with a 3-item jinx in a team fight that has Emilio, right? Like that's still like very, very threatening. And that's the issue of like falling behind to a composition like this, where you've got literally 3 champions that can easily be replaced with their damage. So it's like, okay, if one of them goes away, one of them dies. It's like, okay, like we will still win the fight because we're so far ahead with everyone else.
Yep. Really nice game from Dorado Gaming Alpha. If game number 1 was them coming back, game number 2 was them just stepping all over CB Diamond. But we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna get set up for game number 3. If Dorado Gaming Alpha take it, it'll be a 3-0 in their favor. CB Diamond, they've got to win the next 3 games in order to come back in this series. We're gonna take a short break, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 3 between Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond. Dorado Gaming up 2-0 right now over CB Diamond. CB Diamond now had side selection. They decided to switch it up and head on over to the blue side, and we'll see how that changes our champion select.
So far, not at all, except for the Milio ban. We just see Belveth and the Varus banned away. So, mainstays so far from every single game. Milio was obviously banned in game number 1. So CB Diamond obviously respecting that one for game number 3. But I do like the fact that CB Diamond has decided to switch things up. They said Red Side game 2, maybe feeling like it run something back because they did have a relatively okay early game for game number 1. Got absolutely blasted in game number 2. So really glad they didn't just do Red Side 3 games in a row because ultimately, I feel like that would have been definitely a little bit of a mistake here. But as we are getting through some bans, Alpha has not changed any of their bans to come through so far, potentially deciding if they want to ban away Senna. Actually, instead, it's going to end up being the Wukong Hover and locked in here for the coming Alpha. So Senna is the ban they banned away both games on blue side. So maybe CB Diamond's like, okay, if it's one of their pocket picks, they could beat one potentially. I mean, it's something that has been banned against them a lot this season from their stats. So maybe it's something that Alpha knows that I don't necessarily know coming from their stats, but instead it is going to end up being a Gragas flex pick for B1.
Yeah, Gragas can go either into the mid or the top, or potentially into the jungle, although that's much less popular nowadays compared to his solo lane roles. Dorado Gaming Alpha now, they have access to the, oh no, not the Belveth. It has been banned away from them. Um, Udyr is obviously going to be not, no, that's a CP Diamond pick. I'm getting confused. They're on the opposite sides. I got too fixated on it. Aphelios is going to be first rotation over by Dorado Gaming Alpha. So not the Jinx that we saw prioritized in game number 2.
Yep, it is going to be the Aphelios this time around. I'm curious to see if Riddy will opt into picking his jungle here, or if they will just go ahead and pick one of the enchanters here for no attack. Obviously, Lulu's still open and available. Several enchanters still available that are good with Aphelios. Lulu, obviously, the one being locked in here. So, waiting to see what they want to pick for jungle 1-3. Obviously, with the Gragas flex pick, he doesn't necessarily that much knowledge because depending on the team, he can be like a 3-way flex, maybe even up to a 4-way flex if your support plays him. So obviously, like this champion is very annoying to kind of deal with early on in the drafts because he really gives you no information. But CP Diamond obviously gonna have to give something away here. With a couple seconds left here on the draft, that is going to end up being the question mark Samira.
Samira. Wow.
Okay, looking to get aggressive into the Aphelios and the Lulu, looking to scale it up. So I'm curious what the support pairing is going to
All
be.
right.
Might be the Nautilus.
Samira and Nautilus, this is for sure one of those big, like, we want to kill you in lane duos for the side of CB Diamond. They on match point, some mentalities say, okay, we should just like play something safe and try and win traditionally. Some mentalities say we gotta just like pull out all the stops, just try something completely new because what we've been doing isn't working. They've gone with the latter. Samira and Nautilus is gonna be locked in, and Dorado Gaming, they're gonna pick up the Lilia.
Wow, honestly, I'm a bit surprised by the Lilia, just because I think Lilia is good in the Gragas, especially because you have the movement speed to dodge out from the body slam. Not so great in the Nautilus because he has the point and click ulti, also the point and click root. So like if he does get locked up by the Nautilus, he can definitely just get chain CC'd into death. So obviously gonna have to be aware of that one and not just put himself in a precarious position when he's around this Nautilus. But obviously, with this current team they've drafted, getting through the early game is the utmost importance for Alpha. Obviously, you've got Samir, you've got Nautilus. Aphelios will be able to do crazy amounts of damage if he's able to get to his item breakpoints. But Samir and Nautilus, they're gonna look to kill you level 1, level 2, wave 1, wave 2. They're just gonna kill you, try to kill you on repeat. And obviously, Alpha knows that. So I'm curious what the jungle pathing of this game is going to be for Riddy because they are going to have to keep the spotlight alive. That way, they can actually get to their item breakpoints and try to salvage the early game as best as they can.
Yep, Dorado Gaming Alpha gonna take away Irelia and Olaf, interestingly enough. That does leave open the Jax that was banned in game number 2. Kennen and Tristana going to be banned away from Dorado Gaming Alpha, the two solo laners that really popped up in game number 1 for their side.
Yep. Obviously the two solo laners that caused the most problems in game number 1 as well, because Kennen obviously had those massive flanks. Tristana was able to get those resets because of the Kennen damage to come through. Aatrox being locked in here, most likely for Hasm. Obviously Aatrox mid is kind of a thing. I'm gonna say it's not, just so for the sake of draft and she making an R5 to come through. I wonder how aggressive CP Diamond is gonna look to end up being. Obviously, I think the Aatrox, not the Aatrox, but yeah, actually the Aatrox does kind of make sense here because the 3 champions already locked in do have to go into him, and that's what Aatrox likes. If Aatrox is being kited, man, this champ sucks. But if they're coming into Aatrox, this guy's like, man, this champ's OP. So obviously, with the draft already drafted so far, Aatrox is going to be feeling very good if he's able to land those sweet spots. But Jax and Ari are these solo lane options to come through for CP Diamond. So Alpha obviously seeing the entire draft here, going to look to see what they're going to round out with their mid laner. I would assume some form of control mage, some form of like what we saw similar to game number 2. I can't see Shima doing anything too spicy, but knowing I just said that, he might lock in something spicy. But Talia does actually makes a lot of sense to me because you have Samira dash, you have Nautilus dash, Gragas dash, Ari dash, Jax jump. All 5 of these champions for CP Diamond get absolutely just destroyed by Talia's E if placed properly. So CP Diamond's got to do a very good job of being able to notice that ability to come through and just not obviously press their dash abilities around it. So
Yeah. I love the Talia pick here from Dorado Gaming Alpha. You talking about how Aatrox loves it when the enemy is coming in towards him. He doesn't like to be the one who's moving forward into the enemy. Talia is exactly the same. Talia likes to move backwards in fights, and this is a great scenario for it. CB Diamond is the one who are kind of forced to move forward and try and engage in onto Dorado Gaming Alpha. Talia just really stifles a lot of that power, and I think it's awesome. It also puts out a large amount of sustained damage. Dorado Gaming Alpha, in this one at least, like I think their champion select is really quite good.
yeah, I think so too. The only champion I'm kind of iffy on is the Lilia. But everyone else, I think definitely does fits the mold here really well. But I think at the same time, the CP Diamond definitely does have the ability to really disrupt what Alpha is looking to do, specifically with the Gragas and the Ari. Because with the Gragas able to land a explosive that just basically splits the team in half. Ari can then dash forward, land a nice charm onto somebody, and that champion can just get instantly popped and die. So I think CP Diamond, while I think I do like Alpha's comp a lot into what CP Diamond's going to do, I think the playmaking and just the usage of their abilities can drastically change how these fights play out because Alpha looking to stand their ground, looking to deal as much damage, kite backwards, right? Like deal as like have this fleet E, the Aphelios with Infernum most likely in most of these team fights just dealing a lot of that AoE damage. But if the Gragas cast like blows people away, or if Nautilus ulti is able to like knock someone up in a big way, then all of a sudden like Dorado Alpha their composition can pretty easily fall apart if they're not careful.
Yeah, I do think CV Diamond does have in their own right a nice team composition as well. A little unconventional for sure. The Samira not something that's super ubiquitous right now. Um, you do have like you have Ari and Gragas setting up for carries like Samira and Jax to just go off and kill them one by one, get resets, jump all over the place, do the things that they want to do.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how this one works out. CB Diamond, they are in a very precarious position where they're down 0-2. They need to win in order to remain in the series, let alone like move on to finals. Whereas Dorado Gaming Alpha, uh, if they take this one, it's all over, and they can look forward to the finals up against whoever's winning on the other series.
Yep, absolutely. This is match point here for Dorado Gaming Alpha. Obviously, everyone in this game knows that CP Diamond picking a very aggressive composition, saying, "Hey, even though we're down 2-0, we are still gonna look to make plays. We're still gonna look to make things happen." And that's what their composition is built to do. If they make those plays, if they get the like a Poggers Ragas ulti or a nice Ari charm, like they can still make things happen in this game. But I think the front to back team fighting of Alpha is very, very scary if they're properly set up, like with the Talia E, or if they fail to engage and Aatrox is able to land massive sweet spot after massive sweet spot, then all of a sudden, like you can just see the front to back prowess of Alpha really start to take over this game.
Yeah, and Dorado Gaming Alpha, I'm curious as to see, like, because Gragas obviously has a fairly good ability to gank early on. Lilia kind of needs to come in at a point where they're already a little bit far up the lane, and then also Talia Aatrox, or I guess really not really much for Lulu to set up for Lilia. But pre-6, Lilia can't really set up her own ganks very well. So relying a little bit on those solo lanes to have the ability to land that CC early on.
Yeah, and I think, and honestly, while she can't set up her own gank, she can set herself in a position where obviously, like, she knows that there are going to be some very aggressive lanes on the side of CB Diamond, right? Like, you've got Jax having to trade aggressively into Aatrox, Samira Nautilus are going to look to basically punish every single wave from Aphelios and Lulu. So, with that knowledge, Riddy should obviously be able to like know that and play around that best he can to get as many counter ganks as possible. So that's definitely what he's looking to do to keep his teammates as live as best he can.
Right. So we're going to take a short break as we get set up for this game number 3. Dorado Gaming Alpha 2-0 up, needing to take this one to take the series. CB Diamond looking to try and claw their way back in the reverse sweep. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 3 between CB Diamond and Dorado Gaming Alpha. For the first time this series, CB Diamond is going to be on the blue side, so I'm going to have to get used to that mentally.
Yep, gonna have to get used to. Well, I mean, used to the pauses at this point as you
Yeah,
see
right.
a slow little thing. I think Shima not only had to use the restroom, but also his PC crashed again. 3 games in a row. So I think we know. I think we know
Oh
the
no,
results.
game 2, his monitor died.
Oh
Remember?
my, yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, flip to do big difference. I mean, monitor died, PC died, no RAM, no GPU. I mean, this guy's got. I
Why
mean,
doesn't he just download more
30
RAM?
seconds
he's got
before
League of Legends
insertion.
skill. He doesn't have anything else though, unfortunately. It doesn't seem.
All right. Glory taking the cleanse, Carino taking the heal. We've seen a lot of Flash Ghost on these AD carries this series, but this time we're gonna see a little bit more more standard selfish summoners for these AD carries.
And I think cleanse is not only good for like later game, right? Because you've got Lilia, you got Lilia sleep to like polymorph, but you also early game exhaust. If you dive forward and the support just randomly press the exhaust, although who is bait pinging somebody? I think Hasm is getting bait pinged by his entire team. It was kind of annoying. But I will say, like, if he's able to cleanse away like a level 1 trade or like the second they look for something, like you can do lot more amounts of damage because like, obviously, like if you cleanse away exhaust, like your trade is that much more powerful.
Shima and Yune just doing the classic mid laner thing where they try to assert dominance on each other, their abilities at level 1. Beeped in the side brush is just gonna get warded out. Flash for the auto attack root, and Carino is just gonna have to summon her heal away. There's the dredge line gonna cleanse away the exhaust. Carino flashes out to safety. Now Beeped is taking a lot of aggro from the minion wave, and they're gonna back away. Cleanse, ignite, flash on the side of CB Diamond, traded away for exhaust flash heal on the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, definitely. I think a little too aggressive. I know. I said every wave, but I think just a standard hook from Beep chunking them out and then looking to get maybe a little bit more aggressive on wave 2 when they're level 2 definitely could have been a little bit more. Instead, they just get the chunk loss there. I think overall it is a net even summoner spell trade as well. We got the -2 summons on Aphelios, but the -2 of Nautilus, with also losing the cleanse on Samira when the exhaust came through the very, very end there from no attack. So still, and honestly, the lane is still relatively fine too because the wave's actually pushing in here for the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha, so they are still relatively okay. Beach could look for another hook here onto Carino. If the hook does land on Carino, he's basically dead. So obviously, it does be a little bit wary of that when it comes through. But so far, everything is relatively even. Both junglers are on the bottom side of the map. Gragas has done 3 camps and he's looking to potentially pressure here. But Shima looking to get an early ward. We'll see Snoop Dogg if he does go up the river too far. But instead, gonna look to invade the blue buff here.
Yep, Beeped and Glory with the push would potentially be able to collapse there a little bit faster. Riddy does, I think, have as so is the blast cone or the scrap.
Here we go.
Snoop Dogg is gonna go for the dive here. Carino is the one with no flash. He's got the W running, the teleport coming in, the flash body slam gets 2, and the first blood over to the Samira. Beeped is taking tower, will go down to it, gets stunned up, and he gets poly for it off. No attack now, trying to run for his life. Snoop Dogg will get the body slam and pick up the kill, but now on the run is Riddy and Shima are both on the way in. Riddy doesn't quite get the Q, is gonna get the W off, and now Shima looking to try and seismic shove him away. He'll body slam him out. The Unraveled Earth was not available, and that'll be a 1 for 2 going in favor of Dorado Gaming.
Oh, Hasm.
Oh, yep. Hasm getting kind of low there, just trading in onto Nadal, but they're neither of them really super confident about that play, so they'll just back away from one another.
I will say this top 1 situation is a little bit dire here for Hasm because no attack. Nadal is gonna base and immediately take it back to this lane, and the wave is pushing out. So he will have to be a little bit careful, just because obviously Hasm is very low on the HP marker. So I think Hasm is gonna have to just base and TP unless he wants to just lose.
Just get left striked on. He's gonna trade back a little bit onto Nadal's. Now that's Yune getting shoved into the Unraveled Earth. Doesn't quite take a tower shot, but Shima continuing to move forward. There's the charm and the orb of deception. We'll just push him away.
Yep, he is going to do the base off. They're going to get the TP. Very smart decision here by Hasm. Not want to get anything too risky.
Shima getting flanked up by Snoop Dogg, looking for the body slam, doesn't have the flash available, and there's the Unraveled Earth. Now, meanwhile, it's going to be no attack, just getting autoed and taken down. Now, Snoop Dogg looking for Shima is going to get pushed away by Riddy with that bowling ball. and will just assist on the push in so that Shima can get a recall off.
Yeah, smart decision here. Obviously, in the mid lane here, wanted to get this push out here. Snoop Dogg didn't quite have the damage. I think he did end up getting Shima's flash out of that play, so it is still a successful play. But the big winner here is the bot lane of Glory and Beat. A nice hook there onto Noah, getting that kill. And look at the CS differential here, 42 to 19. So obviously that early play where they got the Suns out of Aphelios and was a successful dive has played them great dividends in this one. Already have a massive lead.
Yep. It will be Nadal getting jumped on by Riddy. Got the counter-strike running. Is going to stun him up here, but here comes Hazem. Now they're going to try and turn it around. The Q lands and Snoop Dogg comes forward. Virginity Haver is going to run for his life, but Riddy going to go in for a flash. Does like get the auto attack, get the kill. Now Snoop Dogg is in a bad spot. Now they're going to find in onto no attack as well, but Riddy with a double kill in that top side. Yune pushed away by Shima from collapsing on that play, and it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Nadal was doing there. He jumped aggressively forward into a Lilia, who actually does not only have like great movement speed and decent damage, but also sustained. So he has no way of ever killing Riddy without actually having level 6 or any real damage. He's on Cole Longsword. He has no damage at all, and he's still trying to play aggressively as if he can one-shot him. So massive mistake there doesn't result in not only his death, but also his junglers as well, who is trying to help him get out of that area. So pretty big mistake there for Nadal, especially because your bot side was winning so heavily.
Yeah, Shima putting down a lot of damage onto Yune is just going to burn the Ignite for fun because he does have the Unsealed Spellbook. Just a little bit of extra damage to push him out and get that Summoner Teleport back. Now, looking potentially at the bottom side, Riddy has snuck his way into the side here. Only level 5 though, so will not have the Lilting Lullaby available. Now,
Yeah,
Hazem somehow level 7 to level 5, just now hit level 6 for Nadal. He's going to go for the all-in with the Grandmaster's Might, and Hazem just going to turn around a lot of damage in onto the Jax. And now there's the ultimate popped. Hazem will pop the World Ender as well. So they just trade ults, look at each other in their Super Saiyan forms, and then they'll back away from one another. But the Counter-Strike coming off a cooldown will not be in range for the Leap Strike, and will be pushed back by the Minion Wave.
Yeah, I think Hazem obviously playing this one a little bit safe. Doesn't want to take too much damage from Nadal, but I think he could have been a little bit more aggressive there. I think he could have looked to kind of outplay Nadal there a little bit there because he could have potentially canceled Nadal's jump if he timed the Q properly. If that happens, Jax is literally just dead. But I think playing it safe, definitely not a terrible thing to do, obviously, because you, like I said,
oh, Beep looking for it. Dredgeline is going to connect, but they've got Riddy in the back side here. They're going to look for the Lullaby onto 2, but the Body Slam Flash comes in from Snoop Dogg, but no Explosive Cask available. It's going to be so far. Flash 4 to try and finish off no attack, and will do so with that Riptide. A double kill, though, going the way of Carino, as both Glory and Beep have fallen.
Yep. Shima tried to use Weaver's Wall there to cut out Snoop Dogg, but threw it a little bit too far down the lane. Snoop Dogg able just to kind of just walk that one out.
The Leap Strike in on the Counter Strike on Chasm is going to get taken solo killed out by Nadal.
Yeah, that was. I think Hazem might have question mark himself there because that was a pretty egregious play. It's kind of the thing that I was talking about earlier where he could have used his Q2 as the stun was coming through already, and he could have actually had the Q3 back up in time to actually pick up the kill there onto Nadal, but I think he had said he just only pressed E, didn't quite have time to proc the Q2 there, so it ends up actually falling to Nadal. And while this lane was relatively even, obviously with that kill, it is going to be a bit of a change of pace up in the top side. This Jax evening up the gold, actually going up in the gold department now about 400 gold, which isn't necessarily a huge lead, but it does mean he gets to purchase the Call for the Warhammer and the Sheed, 2 items that are very, very powerful on this Jax.
Now getting jumped on by Snoop Dogg. Explosive Cast can be flashed away from, knocks him back in towards the tower rather than away from it. So we'll use that Explosive Cast in exchange for the flash from Shima.
Yep, it's still a nice trait though by Snoop Dogg. Obviously, the cooldown on Gragas Cast is actually relatively short for how broken the ability is. So that does mean, obviously, with him being pushed in the lane, the Dragon is most likely going to go to the way of CB Diamond. Lilia is doing her wolves already, not quite able to join this play either. So it's going to end up giving this one. And honestly, I kind of agree. Even though the Aphelios is 3-1, he is still down 20 CS, and in terms of relative power, he is behind this is the Samira this early on in the game. It's Jax looking to trade pretty aggressively, but without the ult, he does have the ulti.
Well, he's going to pop the Grandmaster at arms. Here's the World Ender popped as well. Has him now moving forward aggressively as Nadal waiting for that Counter-Strike cooldown to come back. Now, Riddy trying to do the Wolves, or the Grump and the blue buff at the same time, but they might be a little bit too greedy because here comes everybody. Depth Charge and the Explosive Cask available. Riddy is just going to go down. A shutdown going over to Snoop Dogg. Meanwhile, Shima with a just walking up to top side is going to be able to pick up Nadal for the side of Dorado Gaming.
Now, I'm a bit surprised by Riddy's decision there to do double the camps while he knew his mid laner was roaming up to the top side. I think he had to have known that Shima was not making that play, or else he knows that he can't really be in his jungle in that proximity because of the bot lane push coming through. So, a bit of a mistake by Riddy. I think he could have just gave away his camps there, but ultimately still it is a 1-for-1. But that's what I was talking about in terms of like with the power level of this Lilia. It's like, yes, it can be a really good champion, but when you're playing against Nautilus, you just get ulted, and all of a sudden, you can't move, ever. And you should get permanently CC'd, so that's kind of why I was a little bit suspicious of the Lilia pick to come through specifically.
Looking for the seismic shove, nice Yune is going to get stunned up by the Unraveled Earth, the Charm going to connect, and now Riddy looking for the bowling ball, flashed away from by Yune. No Spirit Rush available.
Yeah, nice play by Shima, obviously getting the free flash out of Yune, and not only that, but it's a situation where he is able to, like even though his flash is down, he's still able to get the enemy mid-laner's flash as well as a way of trading. So both mid-laners not having their flash up for a little bit will be able to be a nice little play that both junglers can now look to make play in the mid lane.
Alright, Rift Herald going to be picked up as a Dredgeline going to connect on a no attack, and Glory is able to follow it up with the dash forward, looking to try and finish this one off, and that'll be a little bit of damage as the tower shot comes through, as well as the sniper shot from Carino. There's the Moonlight Vigil. Glory going to cleanse away the root as no attack, looking for the Glitter Lance here. The sleep coming out, the Explosive Cast going to knock Riddy into the wall, looking for a little bit of damage as Shima's coming in with the Weaver's Wall. Riddy going very low, and Shima gets the kill first off on the Snoop Dogg, but they're going to lose two members there as Hazem needs to back away here. Yune going over the wall, leap strike target for Virginity Hammer, and the charm will connect, the counter strike to follow, and Hazem will go down as well. 3-for-1 in favor of CB Diamond.
Yep, a 3-for-1 there. I like the initial attempt there, trying to get onto Snoop Dogg there, trying to like burst him out, but at the same time you have Yune and Nadal over the top, just able to just chase them down because they're full HP, already great at chasing people and landing continuous CC on top of people, and they thought that they could actually duel that one away, but unfortunately did not have enough in the tank as that fight went through, and all of a sudden CP Diamond right back into the driver's seat in game number 3.
Yeah, Shima picks up the Liandry's Anguish, which I don't know if the Liandry's Anguish was there for that skirmish, but even if it were, the Liandry's is built for having the Liandry's build relies on getting multiple rotations of spells up and getting the value from that burn. The Luden's Tempest is what will allow you to actually have what you're talking about, that gas in the tank necessary just to pump out and get those kills earlier on in the fights. So Shima's damage in shorter bursts is much lower than it would be with like the Luden's build.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Talia definitely is through and through like the atypical burst champion we see out of a mage. She deals massive amounts of damage. She's able to flip back into her rocks, but once she deals that damage, she has to wait until all of her cooldowns are back up. Her Q obviously is a relatively short cooldown, but Liandry's obviously will help with that consistent DPS, trying to get that burst to come through. But they do use the Herald to get a little bit of chunk damage, right? Onto the mid tower. It does end up getting 2 plates there. So a little bit of extra gold, obviously, in the hands of both Riddy and Shima as they do end up sharing that one. But Dragon, obviously, is spawning up at about 45 seconds time. We will see some potential plays here into the mid lane, most likely, because Shima obviously does have his flash back up, and he actually he has swapped the Summer's Public with Cleanse. So even if a charm were to land on him, he could cleanse that one away as beat. Still posturing pretty aggressively. I think they know
Riddy
someone's
is in the
here.
side.
Yeah, I think they know. And anytime Riddy has been here, No Attack has just played right in Nautilus's face and said, "Hey, hook me! I dare you!" Like he's never played this way, and all of a sudden he just randomly switches something. As we actually see a blue side pause, a CP Diamond pause for the first time in the series. So now the pause score is 3-1. So it's not just 3-0 for Dorado Gaming Alpha both ways. But yeah, Dragon obviously spawning up in about 15 seconds here. Both teams kind of already posturing CB Diamond has already pushed in that bottom lane, so they will have first entry into the river. But I think one thing that we do kind of need to talk about a little bit here that we didn't talk about before the draft was Weaver's Wall. I think Weaver's Wall can be a pretty massive ability in some of these team fights because all 5 of CP Diamond's champions are looking to hard commit onto all the members of Dorado Gaming Alpha. But if the Weaver's Wall is placed well and placed correctly, I think it can actually really disrupt a lot of the members. Even if they have a lot of dashes, Weaver's Wall can either keep them all in or keep them all out if they've already used their dash abilities.
Yeah, and at the very least, if they're outside of it, like you're talking about, those dashes are things you want to use to get on top of them. You don't want to be using them just to get over the wall, because then your tools for all-inning are significantly much more limited. We're gonna just sit here, watch the characters stand around for a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you know that the characters, even while the game is paused, the physics will still the physics on their models is still active?
Honestly, that doesn't surprise me because I feel like if it didn't work that way, I feel like the game would just break. And then it's like League of Legends breaks a lot as it is because there's so much code and so much things going on. So I imagine like they kind of have to keep the game running at least a little bit smoothly. But Dragon obviously has fun.
Hazem and Nadal are just going at it in that top side. I think we're not going to be seeing them. Neither of them have teleport. So yeah, that barrel just cutting off that pathway is very frustrating for Dorado Gaming Alpha. They want to try and get in there and contest this one. As the Trash Line going to connect on to Riddy, and Riddy going to try and put them all to sleep here. Is just trying to run for his life. Explosive Cast going to knock him all away, but Glory is just spinning around in the backside. Riddy gets killed up by Yune. It's the first and only kill of the fight so far. Everybody on Dorado Gaming Alpha very, very low, but they will be able to back out of there. As meanwhile, Nadal just solo killing Hazem in the top side and not even dying to the tower.
Nope, not even dying, and the situation has gone from bad to worse here for Dorado Gaming Alpha, and this is the problem, right, that I had with our competition, because yes, they do have tools, they do have ways of denying certain dashes in place to come through, but even still, if they find their way into the backline, CP Diamond will win these team fights almost every single time. We see that once again, the depth charge into the Gragas cast absolutely blowing Riddy up there in that team fight, doing absolutely nothing. I think he used his Lilting Lullaby, but to relatively no effect there because he had to use it just completely defensively. And once he got, and they almost were able to get Carino there as well. He did have to burn his flash out of that fight to barely survive it to glory on the Samira. But still, 2,000 gold lead, double dragon already picked up here for CP Diamond. Definitely still very much in the driver's seat. And this gets a little bit different too because we have, for the first time this series, second time this series is for Nadal. He's starting to really take over the side lane, and he's playing Jax, a very powerful side lane character if he just continues to keep going like it is. But Riddy's here.
Here comes Riddy. Riddy looking to dodges underneath the bowling ball and actually just getting onto Riddy. That's really nice for Nadal, but he will get taken down by Hazem at the end of the day.
Yeah, almost. Really well played there by Nadal. Didn't quite have his flash up. I think he just came up off of cooldown like right this second. So if he had flash, he could have potentially made a pretty miracle play happen there for his side. But unfortunately, it is a 1-for-1. But he is building towards most likely it's going to end up being a within here for him. So it's going to end up denying a lot of that match damage coming through from Talia from this Lilia. Snoopdog trying to trade out onto Hazem. Definitely does not win that, but he did have Yune coming up the river, which is why he was trying to get a little bit aggressive. Smart play by Hazem, even though he had the 2-level advantage, did not go too crazy onto Snoop Dogg there, because he recognized that mid lane was MIA. But so far, obviously, with no real objectives to play for besides the Herald spawning up in about 5 seconds, I imagine this game's going to look to slow down a little bit. Gragas and Jax obviously up on the top side, probably going to look to do the Herald on the spawn. But that does mean that 4 members of Dorado Gaming Alpha could make a play towards the bot side. Carino has access to the Gravitum ulti, can look to get aggressive down here.
Yeah, it is noteworthy that it's only about just a little under 2k. This is nowhere near the the insurmountable lead that we saw in game number 2. Now Shima is going to get caught in a control ward. Now Yune does have the option to go aggressive here, looking for the Spirit Rush with the Charm. Charm not going to connect. The Shima now making his way down there. Riddy is on the side there as well, but a teleport coming in from Nadal as Riddy looking to go in, but now they're making the call to get out of there, and Yune coming in. Depth Charge comes out. The Unraveled Earth is not good, but it will stun up Yune, but in the backside is a counter strike onto 3. No attack is going to be the first kill to fight. The Moonlight Vigil is good, but Glory goes in the backside, just rips them all apart, but finally goes down. Hasm goes low, and it will be Nadal who takes out Sheen. Not quite. He goes golden and goes down. Hasm gets in there. The Orb of Deception from Yune will pick up the kill onto Shima. On the other side, Carino is going to get taken out by a flank from Snoop Dogg, and Yune now on the run away from Hasm. Holy cow, what was that? 3 for 2 at the end of the day? It might be more, as Hasm is now getting jumped on. He's going to get smited up for the slow. The Dredge Line going to connect off the body slam, and it will be handed off to Yune.
He is going to get handed off there. A overall 4 for 2 fight for CB Diamond, and it all started with a massive Nautilus ulti depth charge onto Lilia there, and Lilia bringing it back to her entire team there, knocking up almost everyone with the Nautilus ulti, and then on top of that, the Jax able to land onto the back line, landing a massive E there. The Counter-Strike doing a lot of that AoE damage, and it looked like really, really good for CP Diamond. All of a sudden, we saw a pretty massive turn there towards the back, and we saw a decent chunk of AoE damage from the Infernum ulti from Aphelios, but Shima also having the nice E there, canceling some dashes to come through, and Glory almost had a superhero moment in that team fight, getting like 4 kills almost in a blink of an eye. That's just the power of this Samir. Unfortunately, did end up going down, and it did actually look, it almost looked like Alpha was going to potentially turn around that fight, but instead didn't quite have enough in the tank. But Nadal,
Nadal is going to take the tower down. The Infernal Chain's going to connect, and Hasm is just going to slam him down. Riddy will pick up the kill with the spin. Yeah, wow. Nadal is quite a threatening force. He did just die there, but this Jax is already a problem for Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, but I think he's still like he's making the same tendencies game after game. Right, they do have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, Beeped already flashed away from the Weaver's wall. Will dodge away from the seismic shove with the Dredge Line onto the wall. That'll be a nice attempt there for Dorado Gaming Alpha. Will successfully blow the flash out from Beeped.
Yep, does end up blowing the flash, and it says obviously with Jax being dead for a couple of seconds here and not having TP, the dragon is spawned up, and this could potentially deny the sole point for CB Diamond. They're gonna look to enter.
Beep is gonna go in with the Dredge Line. It's gonna be secured by the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha. The explosive cast is good. Riddy gonna get rooted up, and that's Glory going crazy, just ripping them all apart. Hasm just gonna be the next target to fall, and that's gonna be 4-0 in favor of CB Diamond. They lose the dragon, but they're moving on the Baron.
Yep, and that is going to be the Baron, and that's the power of this team fight competition, because like they're ahead. They're able to steamroll these types of fights because like they have no real way of stopping them, and that was even through the Samira used her E to dash through the Talia E there, and it just did not matter because they were all stuck in the pit. They had no way out, and Samira just spin to win.
Yeah, that was CB Diamond on this play, just going for everything here. They go for the mid lane tower with the Rift Herald, they get it. They go for the Baron, and they just got it. It's now 7,000 gold lead in favor of CB Diamond. We're getting to that insurmountable point.
Yep, it's definitely looking considerably here, obviously, for Alpha, and I think this is going to be a nice confidence boost if you are CB Diamond, if you are able to obviously finish this one out, because I mean, this game, it's not over by any means. It is still 7k gold, and I think the front to back team fighting can definitely be easier for Alpha if they do end up getting a good position and have like the front line they need. But CB Diamond looking to take a victory in this one and kind of carry that momentum into game number 4. As if they are looking to kind of pressure these side lanes. We do see Jackson already in the side lanes, mid lane already being contested here for the side of CB Diamond, and really I think obviously wave clear is actually relatively low for the side of Gaming Alpha. It's basically just Talia. Aphelios says no damage to minions without Infernum, so he's gonna have a hard time really dealing with these waves, but instead they're gonna play a little bit slow. They're gonna wait to actually conjoin their side lanes together with their mid lane crashing as mid lane tower dies to the cannon on its own. So Alpha gonna have to play a little bit safe here. Riddy obviously trying to do his blue buff, but it's just getting invaded though.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone like pointed it out or anything, but Yune's Medjai Soul Stealer at about 18 stacks, a lot of AP available for Yune on this Ari. Normally Ari considered just like kind of a setup champion. You set up for the damage dealers on your team to really pop off, but Yune is doing a fair bit of damage himself now.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, 18 major attacks is nothing to scoff at on any mage champion really to come through. The only issue, obviously, is the fact that if he ever dies, right, he loses, like, you know, basically
A
major.
fair amount of gold value for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, but at this point in the game, he's feeling extremely confident, and really he should. I mean, he's been playing well. I think he's been answering a lot of plays that Alpha has been looking to make, and only playing off of 2 waves here for the side of, you know, CB Diamond. They want to take this one kind of slow. They want to make sure that they play this one by the books because, you know, this is
There's
game
explosive
point.
cask and Shima gonna flash away from Yune, spirit rushing forward.
Yeah, actually, I like the attempt here by Sleep Talking and Yune. I think a little bit discoordinated. I think they could have had Ari dashing forward aggressively as the cast has been air, but because obviously you can't flash while you're airborne. So I think a little bit disjointed there, slightly, but they still ultimately get the end result that they would like to have. Shima's flash. So still a relatively good play by them, but I think it definitely could have been a little bit better. But ultimately, they still are able to get that bot tower, and they are able to get the reset where the Baron buff's going to end up wearing off in a couple of seconds here. And they're going to look to play for this dragon, obviously, spawning up in a minute's time. And we saw the last dragon fight that happened here for the side of CB Diamond, right? Like we saw, like, you know, they just dove right through him. And even though they had the Talia E, they had, like, Lilia in a good position, it just did not matter. This Samira and really just the Ari as well just ran absolutely through them in a team fight.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Dorado Gaming Alpha's comp before this game began, and I think that the dragon fights that they've lost have been fairly, you know, how would I describe it? Uh, just they're not playing to their team comp strengths. Their team comp is one where they want to get engaged on, but they want to have room to kite back. The first big dragon fight they lost, they're the ones who are trying to funnel in onto the dragon because CB Diamond had control of the dragon area and they were the ones starting it up. They don't want to be the ones who are going forward. Dorado Gaming Alpha, the second fight they lost, they kind of put themselves in the dragon pit and they didn't really have anywhere to kite back to. Meanwhile, Hazem now is trying to go in under Nadal. Nadal going in, opting for the 1v3, but is going to flash away. Hazem will flash to follow, and there's the sleep, and that's the kill. So they've lost their Jax.
Yep, they do lose the Jax, but they ultimately get the bot tier 2 here on the bot side of the map, obviously. And they're also going to be able to get the dragon as well, just because they invested so many members. I think if they were to consider going for this, I guess they technically could, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it in time. That's like the only issue. Riddy is just now basing, so he should be saying, hey, I can't make it, so there's no reason you should be trying to make it because you're just going to die. So definitely don't walk into our own jungle because you're just going to die anyways. So the point is going to go over to CB Diamond, and even though, right, like, even though Alpha got wiped in the last dragon fight, they were able to secure that third dragon to deny a soul actually at this time. So instead of a 26-minute soul, it could end up being a 31-minute soul, and they could actually be relatively at a strong point. I mean, Aphelios is on 2 items. He most likely will have Infinity Edge by the time that dragon does spawn, and 3 out of Aphelios with IE is going to do a lot if he's okay in some of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think it's a good decision not to fight for that dragon because A, it's not even soul. B, the things we just talked about, where you don't want to be the like if you're Dorado Gaming Alpha, you don't want to be the ones who are moving in on that dragon while CB Diamond are already on it. And then C, even if it were soul, it's like Chemtech soul, right? It's fine to it's like it's not great, obviously, but that's something you can make the conscious decision to give up and say, let's just see if we can go for Elder, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely at this point it definitely is kind of like your only choice. It kind of feels that way at least. I mean, I think Carino is most likely saying like, hey, like I've got the scaling, I've got like the ability to potentially come back in this game if you guys just give me some time. The only issue is CB Diamond is saying, hey, we're not going to give you that time. Like we're already at a very, very strong point. We do not want you to get those items because like we understand the power of Aphelios, and this guy can absolutely pop up in this fight. And with this Baron spawning up, it's gonna be a bit hard for the side of Alpha to really just walk into their own jungle to even get any form of vision. Just 4 members of CB Diamond are all sitting here waiting for them to make any kind of mistake. And really, if you're Alpha, you have no vision on the Baron, so you have no idea if they're actually even hitting this thing. They do see them on that ward that does spot them out, so they know they're not hitting it immediately as of right this second. But now they are posturing back over there. It's a blue trinket on the Baron, so they get a slight temporary bonus of vision, but now they know.
Yeah, they're hitting it, but you do have Nadal kind of just skulking around, flashed over the, and they're just gonna no attack. The depth charge means that Riddy's the one who goes down. Shima doing a ton of damage on the side there with the Unraveled Earth, and he will take out Snoop Dogg, so neither team has
nice
the Moonlight Vigil was used, but not to very great effect there as Yune looking for the charm over the side, looking for Hazem, but it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of CB Diamond.
It's a 2-for-1, but very, very importantly, the 1 is the jungler for CB Diamond, so that means they don't want to flip. They do not want to flip this Baron, because a flip of a Baron basically means, like, okay, like, you know, like, you're basically giving Alpha a chance to come right back into this game if they were to pick that one up. So, huge job to pick up the kill there. Obviously, Nautilus going super aggressive there onto the Lulu, trying to see if they could just blow the Lulu up. It took a little bit longer than expected. They had to commit a lot of members there to really burst out this Lulu. And what ends up happening is, obviously, they committed so many members that they were able to just do a lot of damage. And honestly, I thought for a second that Aphelios ulti was going to do so much damage. So all 4 of them were basically on top of each other, and that many bounces would have done so much damage. But a huge block from Glory, from the wind wall ability from the Samira, able to completely deny any Aphelios damage to come through.
Yeah, ultimately, it's Shima with the play that allows them to deny the Baron, killing off Snoop Dogg over the wall with the Unraveled Earth Seismic Shove combo. So things stagnating a little bit. It's about 7,500 gold, but as the game goes on, that absolute gold lead means less and less. And we're gonna see just probably an instant replay as we move back in on towards the Baron.
Yep, and most likely for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, if you're CB Diamond, you're basically looking to do the exact same thing. You're looking to deny as much vision as you possibly can. You're looking to put Alpha in a position where they have to face check into you. And like you said, Alpha's composition is not a composition that wants to go forward. They want to kite backwards. They want to deny any engage that you could have onto them, and then deal as much damage as they can as they're going backwards. That's what they're really, really good at. So if they're having to face check these bushes, they're having to walk into you, that's where, obviously, they are very, very strong. As we do see some resets to come through, I'm going to check Aphelios' gold real quick just to see if he has the IE gold. And yes, he is going to be sitting on IE when he hits the base platform. So he is 3 items of Aphelios, very, very strong, and the dragon is spawning up in about 20 seconds. This is an opportunity where Alpha could potentially win a team fight if they are actually positioning properly, even though they are down like 8,000 gold just for the power of the Aphelios alone. I mean, we saw Talia damage over the wall where they were able to get so much pop damage on the Snoop Dogg and just like doing lots of damage. But Hazem is
gonna face check into Yune, and just 25 Medjay Stagari. The Aatrox stands no chance there, so really, really bad timing to get caught there for Dorado Gaming Alpha's top laner, but they are going to be able to pick up the dragon. It's being soloed out by Nadal here, as they're going to look for the play onto Yune. The Weaver's Wall doesn't quite cut off at the escape, and this will be Chemtech Soul for CB Diamond, and now they're the ones who can move in onto the Baron.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I think the play for them is just to go straight over to the Baron. I mean, it hasn't stepped out at 25. Does not have the TP open and available
Shima
either.
and Riddy on the side, but Beep coming in with the dredge line over the side. He's going to try and back away, gets whimsied up immediately. No attack, trying to cover his team as now Carino looking to the side on this over there. Dredge line comes around as Nadal going to come in there, and it's going to be secured by Snoop Dogg. They lose Riddy on the flash attempt, and now the counter strike comes in, and he's going to get onto no attack. He's seismic shove, then flash away over onto it, and he's looking for a little bit more, but nice wild growth plus the kite coming out for Shima. But here comes the charm, nicely sized up the way by Carino, and the Unraveled Earth going to come around as well. But near Snoop Dogg on the flank, Hazem has respawned and joined the team, but it's too little too late. The Baron on all the members of CB Diamond.
Yep, the Baron obviously in their back pocket. It's going to look to push this one in. Going to look to obviously guarantee to get the inhibitor here. I'm not sure if they can get more though. Obviously, everyone has respawned up and going to be able to deny the wave push here with 10 seconds on, sorry, 5 seconds on Riddy here. definitely do not want to get too aggressive. They got what they wanted. They got the inhib. They got the Baron. They're going to look to use the gold that they got those kills to reset, purchase some items, and get right back out onto the map. And really, honestly, I think the idea there for Alpha was the fact that they said, okay, hey, we're gonna get the dragon and we're gonna play for the Baron, but they had no idea that Yune was just sitting in that bush and just absolutely one shot Aatrox there up in that top side of the map, and that just thwarted any plan to potentially doing a Baron. And then once the Baron came through, Riddy just had to go for a steal. It was a desperation play, almost worked. They were almost able to get it there, but Sigdunk a excellent secure on the smite, able to get a pickup kill there. Gonna look for a play onto the doll here.
Yep,
He is
Weaver's
still a little
Claw has
AT
come out.
Jack.
The Unraveled Earth already used, though, and the Counter-Strike ready to go. He's gonna look for Riddy. Riddy actually taken very low, but is gonna be able to put him to sleep. Goes golden with the stopwatch, and Virginity Haver is gonna surely die here eventually. Hasm gets the kill.
Yep, Hasm doesn't really get a kill, but once again, it's a very similar situation. Like, okay, you kill the top laner, but what do you lose? And it's gonna end up being your inhibitor at the end of the day. I mean, Alpha could say, hey, it's a 5 versus 4, let's look for a fight, but even still, you're down Lilia ult, you're down. Like, obviously, you don't have Weaver's Wall.
Hasm pops the World Ender, dodging away from the Charm and the Orb of Deception, looking to try and move forward. The Infernal Chain's gonna catch on to Glory! That's the 80 carry, and the Seismic Shove is good, but the Explosive Cast disrupts the fight! And on the other side, Riddy coming in, but Glory's just spinning all over him! He's destroying their health bars, just continuing to lifesteal it more, and Yune comes forward with the Charm to pick up no attack as well. The Body Slam Flash, that's the ace, and CB Diamond have put themselves one game up over their, what they had.
Yep, absolutely. Still in this series, not going down without a fight, able to pick up a victory in game number 4. And Alpha recognizing, they said, hey, this is a 5 versus 4. This might be the best possible shot that we have of getting a fight happen to come through, but instead it still just was not enough. Samira and Ari just too strong as the game is going on. 9-0 and 11 for Yune there. 25 Magi stacks at the end of the game on top of a death cap. It's absolutely massive in this game to pick up a victory here, and a really nice, fight obviously to come through. Most teams, especially after that game too, right? Like you got absolutely destroyed in that game. Most teams be like, all right, you know what? Like this series is probably over. Like your mentals are just boop, they're destroyed. You're not gonna be able to come back. But really strong fight for them, and I'm gonna look at the pick up a victory in game number 3. But I will say, obviously, the first 2 games were losses on the red side, and I would imagine that Alpha pivot back to the blue side because they had a lot of success on that side. So Alpha gonna have to come up. Sorry, not Alpha. CB Diamond gonna have to come up with a strategy to say, okay, what can we do to pick up a victory on red side?
Yeah, really nice explosive cask at the end there. It looked like it was going to be a good fight for Dorado Gaming Alpha with Seismic Shove onto 2 members through the Unraveled Earth. But the explosive cask stalls and buys enough time for them to regain their bearings and then turn the fight around, and the Samira really paying off. Really nice job for CB Diamond to come back in that game number 3, but they still got to win 2 more if they want to take the series over Dorado Gaming Alpha. Thanks for watching, everyone. We're going to get set up for game number 4 to see if they can continue their climb back up or if Dorado Gaming Alpha will take it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in just a few.
man börjar med oft böjsbar kalorna ris och fyr samman wir stad.
Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for Champions Select for Game 4 between CB Diamond and Dorado Gaming Alpha. Dorado Gaming Alpha, we're up 2-0, and then they just dropped a game to CB Diamond, so at the very least we have ourselves a series. Dorado Gaming Alpha back on the blue side for this game number 4.
Yep, no sweeps tonight. But we are obviously back onto the blue side here for Dorado coming Alpha, which they are currently 2-0 in this series. So feeling pretty good. Obviously, they should be going back on the blue side. We do see already an adaptation coming through for Dorado coming Alpha, getting rid of the Gragas and potentially the Samira as well, saying, hey, those two champions caused a lot of havoc for us in that game. So we just want to go ahead and get rid of those and not have to worry about it so much. But that obviously does leave up some other things that didn't get banned from game number 1. That leaves up both the Senna and the Maokai. Obviously, Senna went through pick and ban all the way through last time without being touched, so they might have just dropped the Senna completely. But with Milio being banned away, this does actually leave Seraphine open as well as the Maokai, which could be a pick for Snoop Dogg if that's what he's looking for. But Seraphine for the first half of this series is a pretty popular pick for no attack. I'm sure. I think also Karina plays it a little bit, but I would imagine it's going to be played by, by no attack. But like I said, the Maokai being picked up here by Simdunk and a Nautilus as well, looking to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, it seems like CB Diamond, their win con in last game was play aggressively, play these champions that can just force onto the members of Dorado Gaming Alpha. Looks like that's gonna be the name of the game for game number 4 as well. Maokai Nautilus locked in the Zinzao and the Braum as well. So it will be no attack on the Braum, and it will be Carino on the Seraphine.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Like I said, I mean, obviously, No Attack is known for playing Seraphine, but instead it is going to be most likely Karina. I guess it's still Seraphine could still theoretically go mid lane, but I would imagine that doesn't necessarily fit Shima's champion pool. I've never seen him play it, but obviously that is still a theoretical possibility. Most likely AD being picked here on the side of CB Diamond, and yes, it's going to be the
Oh.
Nyla. Actually, interesting champion being picked up here. Typically, you want to pair Nyla up with a champion that benefits off her passive very well, the healing, the shielding that ends up being applied. But instead, just going to use the Nautilus as a way of just being aggressive early on into the game. Obviously, we talked about game 1. We talked about the potential for Nautilus being mid lane. Obviously, that is a theoretical. You could pick something else for support. I mean, it didn't happen then. Probably not going to happen this game either, I would imagine, especially because they had no. They've played it they've played a couple different times. It's always gone to support so far, so I'd be surprised if it goes to mid now. But yeah, so far like team fighting across the board for both teams.
Yeah, CB Diamond Glory is going to be picking up that Neela. One of those similar to Samira, one of those, 80 carry champions that really likes to just get in there herself and spin around and do really annoying things to the other team. Um, yeah, you could always flex the Nautilus. Like you said, it hasn't been something that they've done thus far. But maybe now is the time. Maybe this allows you to pick up support that benefits a little bit more with the Neela, duplicating the healing and shielding. And of course, Dorado Gaming Alpha, they also have the ability to flex that Seraphine into mid lane. Maybe lock in something
Ooh.
else that maybe has a little bit more pressure to auto attack with the concussive blows for the Braum. Camille going to be locked in for CB Diamond coming out of the second round of bans. So this is a champion that got banned away in, I think, both of the first two games by CB Diamond.
Yeah, I think it's also. I mean, Camille is a champion that both Nadal and Hassan play. I think Nadal is actually, I think, a little bit more known for it than Hassan, specifically, and actually, it potentially could be the answers. Actually, it is going to be the Darius as an answer into the top lane. So very skilled matchup top lane. Can obviously go either way. I've seen both. I've seen both matchups come out on the side of victory coming through. So it should be a spice when it comes through. I think typically trading patterns are very, very important for both these top laners. So going to be interesting to see which one are able to get the better of that route. But Annie being locked in here, most likely Annie mid, because obviously Braum has already been locked in, so not Braum, so not Annie support. It is going to be Annie in the mid lane. So yeah, full on team fighting here for Dorado Gaming Alpha. I think obviously CP Diamond with the Camille being locked in, you do have a little bit of a split push opportunity, but not something that's like super, super consistent. Curious what their mid lane pick is going to end up being here. Obviously, dude, going down to the last couple of seconds here, but it is going to be a Cassiopeia hover and lock in here. So yes, both teams playing for team fight.
Yep. I don't know how I feel about the Annie pick. I like Annie as a pick. I'm concerned about the pick against what CB Diamond had already drafted so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Annie as champion is a very short range champion. She just had the ability to Tipper's cash range is actually pretty far, but overall she is a relatively short range champion. So if she is willing to get in range, she's most likely in threat of a Nautilus hook, Maokai ability. So, but I think she definitely does have like if she's getting hooked, she's got Braum shield, Braum W, Seraphine ulti over the top. But I think overall Alpha's damage is really low. If I'm just looking consistently across the DPS, right?
That's true. Yep.
Like they have burst. Don't get me wrong, but if they're not bursting somebody, and if Nyla ults over the top and she's healing her entire team with Nyla ulti, then I am a little bit worried about Alpha's actual damage. But if they get Darius going, if they get their resets to come through, then all of a sudden like Darius can take over a team fight, obviously, with if he gets those stacks going. But overall, I think Alpha has relatively low damage.
Oh yeah. I like the early on in this draft, I wanted to talk about how I like the Xin Zhao a lot. You use the Crescent Guard as a pseudo disengage tool. You can push out the melee champions that are like kind of coming in onto CB Diamond. But after that, the Crescent Guard doesn't have as much utility just because CB Diamond's champions are all melee, so they're not really going to be hitting you from outside of your little invincibility circle anyway.
Yeah.
So I think CB Diamond have drafted pretty interestingly here. Obviously, the Neela not something you see very often, but I think it kind of works here. Especially because Dorado Gaming Alpha, like you said, their damage as their compositional damage is relatively low.
Yeah, I think so. I think for CB Diamond, like they're obviously looking to get very, very aggressive with their champs, pretty similarly to last game's composition. I think I mean, obviously, Cassiopeia and RA function a little bit different in team fights, relative to each other. But still, the rest of the members are looking to just dive forward, be aggressive, and just deal the most damage. And like you mentioned, Zincha Ultimate is probably not going to be super effective in all these team fights because they're already going to be in the Crescent Guard as it is. Braum is not really blocking any major projectiles besides maybe Maokai ulti. But even still, like Maokai ulti is just a way of keeping a champion in place. That's what he's blocking. He's probably not using his shield all that well, anyways, right? So ultimately, I think there are a couple of champions being drafted here by CP Diamond that can actually put themselves in a position to actually win this game. I mean, I think they definitely do have the DPS to shred through the Darius and even through the Seraphine healing as well. So curious to see how this game ends up playing out. Probably gonna be a relatively slow game if Alpha is dictating the pace of the game, but if CP Diamond is dictating the pace of the game, they can be really, really aggressive this early game.
Oh yeah. We're just waiting on slight delay from one of the players before we get into the client champion select. Um, but so we talked about a lot of the pros and the cons from both of these two team compositions. But at the end of the day, just like which team would you like to be on? Like if you're the like in terms of like their draft. Sorry.
Yeah, honestly, I think probably CP Diamonds just because like I feel like they have a lot more agency and they have a lot more just like consistent damage. I think anytime I'm playing a composition that has low to like relatively like mid to low damage, it always just kind of feels like meh or like whatever. At the end of the day. So have to wait and see as we are waiting to get some people into order, obviously, to come through. And I think everyone is in order. So we're finally going to get the tournament draft started up and hopefully get this one going. I mean, obviously, it is just game four. This series does have a chance to go potentially to game five after this one. And, I think if you're CP Diamond, I think you're relatively feeling very well. I think obviously, game two got absolutely obliterated. Mentals probably weren't all there, but with the confidence boost going into game three, and especially with the champion, like they got a very similar draft to game four as they had in game number three, so they're probably feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, and something else that we didn't we have kind of skirted around is Neela also has that benefit of the experience amp for whenever she is sharing exp from a particular wave with one of her teammates. It's a little bit slow, but it can like come mid game you can find yourself maybe 2-3 levels up over the enemy AD carry if they're constantly just like standing in lane with one of their supports or their jungler or their mid laner or whatever, or if you're just all five, if you're just like both teams are just like standing at 5-man looking at each other before a fight breaks out, the Neela can get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah.
And in particular, when Dorado Gaming Alpha's AD carry is Seraphine, who's plays more like a mage than an AD carry, is a lot more experienced and a level reliant compared to Jinx or Aphelios, like these traditional marksman type AD carries that are a lot more gold reliant. It can be very advantageous for CB Diamond.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, the XP mechanic is very interesting with Nyla. Um, it's something that can be relatively exploited and honestly abused. Like you said, if you are just permanently staying attached to somebody and giving them that extra XP, it's obviously going to feel very, very nice as the game like kind of continues to go on. And really, like Nyla's big thing is like she typically is a very weak laner. She gets punished relatively easy. Seraphine Braum are not going to punish them. It's basically going to be a free scaling lane. I mean, I think Seraphine E into Braum like can actually be like threatening and dealing a lot of damage, but ideally we're using Nyla Dash to dodge out of those abilities and still being relatively fine, even if you are being a melee champion in this case, as Nyla basically is. So um, should be an interesting lane to watch out for. I think the lane that I'm definitely watching the most has to be top lane. I mean, it's Camille versus Darius. Like these guys are going to be constantly trading. I mean, Nadal has been constantly trading this entire series. Like even on Sion, when he probably shouldn't have been, he was just constantly looking to fight this guy. And now these guys have the champions where they're just gonna fist fight back and forth, constantly looking for these plays to happen.
Yep. All right. We are just about done with recreating champion select in the client. It is done now. We're on the nice little thing where it tells you to prepare your loadout, even though we're in spectate. I don't know if there's too much more to talk about pre-game. What do you think, Orion?
No, honestly, I think I mean both teams are pretty team fight reliant, but I think for the side of CB Diamond, it is very much we're looking to kind of get in your face. We're gonna dive on top of you, do as much damage, very similar to last game. And Alpha's composition is also like relatively similar to last game without the AD carry. It's just front to back team fighting, hit the closest thing to you. You try to keep some of the members off of you or not on top of you, kite backwards and deal a lot of damage that way. So
Yep. All right, so we're going to take a short break as we get set up for this game number 4. CB Diamond down 1-2. They got to take this one, but they will tie up the series if they do so. Whereas Dorado Gaming Alpha, if they take this one, the series is all over and they can look forward to the finals. We're going to be back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Og stjörnor helt vindrins bakit Jord hunger hon där skall regn går Regn om ström når ej vasist Vargar
Internet, hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 4 between Dorado Gaming Alpha and CB Diamond. Dorado Gaming Alpha back on the blue side, and it looks like they're just gonna use their Annie, use their Braum. Incredible level 1 champions, especially Annie after getting that little quality of life buff where she starts the game with the full stacks of her passive. You can get an AoE stun off, you can stun them up with the concussive blows, but it looks like they're not going to go for an early invade anytime this game. They're just going to take the recalls and just go for standard clears.
Yeah, I think it was just like an anticipation of what they were trying. Like if CB Diamond was looking for an invade, but instead, not able to get anything off. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I don't know why Annie starts the game with a stun. That's kind of broken. Like, let's be real. Um, but it is what it is. But yeah, pretty standard start from everyone across the board. 5 point. We do see a couple of wars being placed by both teams, protecting some entrances. Sorry. So you see Maokai going to be most likely solo starting Raptors, going to be pathing up towards the top side of the map as we see Jin Zhao solo starting the red buff. So both junglers not giving away any real information, as we're going to see a relatively, probably a slow early game just from the both junglers solo starting buffs.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with like the mid Annie meta. But like I like what Shima did there, starting the E level 1 and just using it whenever Yune pops the Twin Fang into him and turning some damage back around passively that way.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, probably feels like he doesn't get too much value out of I think it's his Q ability. So if he is able to deny that ability to come through, it obviously does feel very, very nice. As we do see Maokai obviously gonna do his Gromp here. Not Gromp, his Krugs. Potentially looking for a little bit of a gank here. If he does end up finishing these Krugs.
Holy cow, Yune putting down some damage onto Shima with those Twin Fangs. Level 2 on Cassiopeia. If you land that poison, just so much damage to come out. Just Twin Fang after Twin Fang.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Yes, has them walked forward here. Now Snoop Dogg is playing very patiently. There's the apprehend coming in, and now looking forward for it. Has him pop the ghost. The flash twisted advance comes in. Has him is knocked away from the tower. Is gonna throw out the decimate, looking for the heal. Now running down the river in towards Riddy, but the sapling is nicely placed by Snoop Dogg, but the bramble smash doesn't kill Hasm. Now Riddy jumps in, looking for the knockup, and they're gonna back away. It's Flash and Ghost for Hasm, traded away for the Flash from Snoop Dogg and the Ignite from Virginity Haver.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Nadal there, did not have access to his E ability.
Here we go, level 3 for Beeped in Glory. That's the Neela passive for you. And the Dredge Line gonna connect, but it's a good Unbreakable coming out from no attack.
Yeah, not really much you can do in a Braum in that situation. It's just way too tanky, absorbs way too much damage with the shield. But I think Hook should be up on cooldown relatively soon. Could look again if he really wanted to, but Glory relatively low on mana. Probably just looking to get a reset here as Camille trying to push this wave out here, but Riddy is walking right back up here. Is level 4, so just to be a bit careful. He can look for an aggression.
The apprehend pulled him out of the hook shot. Nadal is gonna get jumped on by Riddy here, but there's a lot of minions. There's a good damage coming out, and the knockout comes through. They do have it, and it will be Virginity Haver going down to Hasm. First blood to Dorado Gaming Alpha.
An amazing cancel play from Hasm. I don't necessarily know how intentional it was, I'm gonna be honest.
Here we go, Shima gonna get flat Dredge Lined into the Twisted Advance. Beeped, taking up the tower ever so slightly. The miasma will finally fall off as Shima gets out of it and is able to flash out to safety.
Yeah, unfortunately for Snoop Dogg there, they tried to get the pushback into the miasma there, but unfortunately for him, he ended up pushing basically to the edge of the miasma there, where Shima could just walk very as much forward as he needed to there, just to flash right backwards there and gain a lot of distance. So ends up surviving that play. But unfortunately for him, I think that was 2 flashes from both Beeped and sorry, Snoop Dogg did not flash, just regular, but Beeped obviously did flash. Results for nothing.
Yeah, now Beeped is going to get tagged by the winners by just Dredge sliding out to safety, and now Carino and No Attack going to have the shove, and now Hasm now pulling in Virginity Haver as Riddy is coming around the side. Virginity Haver does still have the hookshot available, is going to try and escape out through the jungle. Will take a tower shot for his troubles, going to take a recall here, and I think this is probably just a little bit of a stalling here as Nadal is going to get collapsed on by Shima as well. Will die to the tower here, but who will get kill credit for it, or has it been long enough for the execute? Yes, it has!
Wow. I'm pretty sure execute timing is either 15 or 25 seconds. I think it's a little bit closer to 15 because I'm pretty sure he definitely took some damage for them because obviously he's taking damage from Darius bleed as well while he was kiting out that much. So it has to be like 15 seconds to it. Doesn't really execute, but he does give away kill XP to the Camille. Sorry, to the Darius. So that is still something that to kind of keep in mind, obviously. So at the end of the day, while it is just an execute, the Darius does still feel really, really good about getting the kill XP from that situation. So as you can see, he is almost a full level up on this Camille. As the red side is able to pick up the dragon there from the multiple members having to chase away the Camille.
Okay, so quick dragon going over to the way of CB Diamond. It is still a fairly good spot for Hasm, I think. I can't. So you'll have to tell me, is this wave good or bad for Hasm as he gets hookshot on?
Well, the waves is actually fine. He's going to end up bouncing back towards him, but he doesn't actually want to take that much HP here because if this wave does end up bouncing back towards him, it could be in a position where multiple members could come up here and just dive him under the tower. And we saw a very similar thing happen to Hasm in game number 1, where a big wave got built up on him, and they just dove from under the tower and said, "Hey, you want these 20 minions that we stacked up here? Well, too bad, because we're gonna kill you." So as Glory is all by his lonesome here in the bot side of the map, but really Carino and No Attack have no kill threat on this guy whatsoever. I mean, but I will say, quietly, there's a 25 CS in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Beeped is kind of leaving lane for Glory to just kind of pick up by himself, but he's getting zoned out. A lot of threat actually in the 1v2 between Seraphine Braum as Shima does summon Tibbers onto Yune's face. Glory without any setup really can't afford to go in 1v2 here as the Hex Slash over the wall comes from Beeped. Now they're looking for a potential play here as he comes around, No Attack canceling the recall to make sure that Carino gets out safely. But in addition to that, a lot of the value from Neela comes from getting a lane advantage in the 2v2 through experience with your support, and you're not really making use of that. You're getting, obviously you're getting solo lane EXP, but your support is not necessarily getting any value from that, and that's some of your power budget,
Yeah, exactly. So it's a point that I was going to make relatively soon, was just the fact that you're not really getting any real value out of the Nilo, because that's not his whole thing. Like any AD carry, when you're laning against Seraphine Braum, can relatively be fine in a 1v2. Yeah, you could go down CS, but you do want to be sharing your XP with your support, or relatively anyone near you. You want to be sharing because you give that XP whenever you kill those minions, but. Herald obviously going to end up being started here by Alpha here up in the top side of the map. They are in a relatively good position. They do have the 4 members up here already, and Nautilus is already based, heading back towards the bot side of the map. So CP Diamond is going to end up conceding this Herald already here. And it is quietly, obviously, a 1,000 gold lead. I mean, CS is relatively mirrored across the board, but I think really the only major difference is the fact that there's been a kill that's gone over to the top side of the map. But Snoop Dogg trying to make a secret little play here onto Hasm. It's going to
be spotted out. The hookshot going to come out, and Hasm, nice apprehend to cancel out that hookshot as well. Will deny him the stun as well as the opportunity to go for a nice Hextech ultimatum. Hasm surviving that one. And now Riddy is going to make the same play on this side.
Yep, it's very smart here by Riddy. Obviously, last game, Hasm, not last game, but very similar to game 1, Hasm was put in this position where he really needed to just trade.
Right, there's the ghost popped out by Hasm as the Nature Shaft's coming out. There's the apprehend and the Noxian Guillotine. He just goes for the 1v1 and gets it. Now Snoop Dogg is going to get jumped on. Hasm heals just enough to outlive the Ignite, and Riddy helps him out with a Maokai kill.
Yep, huge play there from Hasm, getting the solo kill basically there onto Nadal there. Basically putting him in a position where he was going to die. If he was not careful, and it was trading very, very aggressively, and had just enough damage from his guillotine there to actually proc the kill there even afterwards. It didn't quite get the reset there early on, but was enough to get the early kill there, and even actually able to walk back into Snoop Dogg there and deal just enough damage for him there for Riddy to finish off the kill, getting 2 for 0 up the top side. Very, very strong. As we see Glory get his recall stop there a little bit. He is actually almost, I gotta say, he's almost in kill threat there for both Seraphine and the Braum. They do actually do, like, obviously Seraphine has her execution damage, where the lower you are, the more damage your Q actually will end up doing. But still gonna actually play the situation relatively safe.
Yeah, Shima does have the stun ready and summon Tibbers back off cooldown, but Yune with that catalyst is likely out of just like pure execute range for Shima with all of his abilities. Doesn't have the ignite either, so will not have that little extra bit of damage, but really sneaking his way down into the side will now help allow Carino and No Attack to push out, and they're gonna move in onto the dragon, spotted out by a sapling, dropped out by Snoop Donk, and Snoop Donk gonna take a recall, not gonna really look to contest this one, as Shima makes their way down as well. This is just too much positional advantage, and Dorado Gaming Alpha gonna even up the dragon score.
Yeah, and they're also a little bit behind in cooldowns as well. Like, Nyla and Nautilus had previously used their ultis, and I think we missed Carino, like, obviously using Ghost, so that interaction happened at some point, so without those ultimates being available, it definitely would be able
And
to...
there's Tibbers, just used to push Yune out of lane a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really work, but I mean, ultimate day-to-day, it's a nice little chunk damage, obviously. Never
Has him
really
just
hate
stacking
that one.
up those bleed stacks onto Nadal, as here comes the Nature's Grasp. Shima notices it a little bit too late, gets caught by the poison, is going to try and stun him up, the miasma as well, and that's just going to be a quick kill onto Shima. Nice gank from Snoop Donk.
Yep, really well done there, using Nature's Grasp to lock up Shima. Even if Shima flashes further away, he's still going to get hit by the Nature's Grasp. It covers so much distance when you cast it relatively close up to someone like that. So it is going to be a kill there for free, not having to use any summer spells across the board. 3 gets the flash out of Yune there in the mid lane.
Yeah, just jumping in onto the minion. Now, meanwhile, Glory gonna get rooted up by Carino. Just a little tiny baby bit of trading here as Beep coming around, maybe looking for the dive, but No Attack right behind him will dissuade that one.
Yeah, I don't know if they've seen No Attack. Oh, yeah, they do. They do. There's a ward in that top bush, so it is going to be able to get out of that situation.
Ooh, has him just barely out of range of the apprehend to catch onto Nadal there. They did have Snoop Donk waiting in the wings, but Riddy as well hanging out on the side there. I don't think they really care that they're known, because all they wanted to do is drop the Rift Herald here on the top side. Now, meanwhile, Depth Charge is going to be used. They're trying to get in onto Carino, and Carino gets jumped in, pulled in by Glory, but a good exhaust coming out, and the Encore is available. There's the Unbreakable into the Glacial Fissure, and Carino just waiting for it a little bit more. Looking for some more damage as Beat is taking a lot, and there's the flash away from the Encore.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't use it when the Braum ulti came through to basically guarantee the Encore was going to end up landing, but still, to get the flash out of Beep, and it's a relative success. By the way, Neela does no damage to the items. Like, the champion is pretty useless until you actually really get your items going into the game. As you saw that trade coming through, like, Braum and Carino are really hard to kill of a duo. Because you have the shielding and armor from the Braum, you get the healing from Seraphine, so... As we see Snoop Donk.
Oh, here we go. Snoop Donk is going to flash with the Twisted Advance into the hookshot, and the Ignite has him. Is just going to get Hextech Ultimatum knocked up by the Nature's Grasp, and has him will get shut down. Flash and Ghost used, but Snoop Donk and Virginity Have are using their Flash Ignite.
Yeah, really well played by Snoop Donk there to land that play there, but Riddy.
Yep. He's gonna find Nadal here, but needs to back away as the hookshot coming in, and Snoop Donk is almost in range for the Twisted Advance, and Riddy just taking a ton of damage. They might just go for the dive here, as Snoop Donk can tank this one up. He goes for the smite onto him. He is gonna take out the tower. Riddy flashes away for the Crescent Guard to push him away. Is getting caught up by the Bramble Smash, and here comes the teleport. Virginity Hammer goes and gets the execute, but is immediately stunned up by the Summon Timbers from Shima's teleport.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Nadal, actually going in very aggressively there. We saw the initial play very clean there onto Hazem, not really giving him any space to work with there to try to dodge out, try to make a crazy play happen instead of getting that kill there. But we saw Riddy trying to make a play there onto Nadal, but Nadal's 2 levels up on a Xin Zhao. Yes, you are Xin Zhao, you are relatively strong, but when you are down those levels, like a level is worth about 500 gold of total value, considering armor, health, damage, like all those things. So he was down at 1,000 gold, just opting into a fight. So a little bit over eager there by really trying to make that play happen. Obviously, it wasn't 1-for-1 in terms of the play that ended up happening, but still relatively ends up working out as Hazem is.
I don't know about this one. Hazem is going to take a couple tower shots here, and the minion wave was dead anyways. Plus, it's a Maokai. I'm not sure if that dive is ever going to happen, but much less likely to happen with Nadal on his way back to lane from base.
Yeah, I mean, if if Snoop had any form of mana there, Hazard is just dead on the tower. But it ends up working out for him because Snoop Dogg had no mana whatsoever to cast any of his abilities to come through. But we do see Carino trying to clear out some of these ways as Glory is getting a little bit stronger here. It's been a complete farm fest down on the bot side of the map. We saw some scuffles, some exchanges of damage, but overall, both these bot laners are relatively content with just farming it out. Nothing really happening here towards the bot side, but Dragon obviously is spawning up in about 30 seconds time, so now the bot laners get to play in some action. Both teams have one Dragon apiece, so not really looking for a crazy soul pace or anything like that in this game, but Hazard does pick up the first turret of the game here. Currently sitting on a 1.5k gold lead here for Dorado Gaming Alpha. They're feeling relatively okay about their current position, I feel like, but I do still feel like this competition runs out of damage very, very quickly, especially as this game goes on. They're gonna have a hard time killing Cassiopeia through her healing, Nyla's healing, and this Dragon fight might actually be relatively big, just because I feel like Alpha is probably in a better position with their items and just their current champions, like how they're gonna function. But it does look like they might actually just give this Dragon for a Herald push in the mid lane.
Yeah, giving Dragon for that priority on the mid lane. Hazem is down here as well, hanging out on the flank there. They're gonna have the inside track on this mid, but they might just have to back away here as the threat of the engage is very, very high from the side of CB Diamond.
Oh.
And here comes the Nature's Grasp from behind. Is just gonna root up one, and there's the hookshot in. Snoop Dogg goes, and they split the team, but the encore is good! And Hazem is just trying to get on to Snoop Dogg on the side, though, but Shima goes down before summoning Timbers! Glory is just ripping him apart. Riddy goes down as the Virginity Haver continue to chase in. Hazem has to run out the side, but is gonna get jumped on. Is gonna pull in a little bit more damage, but no Noxian Guillotine available, so that'll just be a 2-for-1 in favor of CB Diamond.
Yeah, and honestly, hook almost landing there onto no attack from Beats, but does end up getting away scot-free. But I thought that fight was actually going to go really, really well for the side of Alpha, because we saw a pretty big encore as well as a Glacial Fissure over the top, knocking up and ceasing a lot of people. But the second all those abilities are gone, like I said, these guys run out of damage extremely quickly. As Hazem trying to chase the doll here, I don't necessarily know if he wins this.
Yeah, he does have the hookshot back up, and now has him looking for it, but no Noxian Guillotine, but the Noxian Rage is enough to give him the damage he needs to get that kill.
Ooh, Cassiopeia is trying to chase down the Darius.
Yeah, Hazem is for sure gonna die here. It's just a question of, will they be able to successfully hand it over? Yes, they will, but now Riddy and Shima are here, but they burned a lot of damage in onto Snoop Dogg, and now they're out of it. They gotta back away here as Riddy goes back in, and Yune is just gonna rip him apart, but the Unbreakable is good, but it's not enough as the Bramble Smash picks up the kill. Now No Attack has to back away, trying to get in back towards Shima. Shima has to turn around as well to try and back up No Attack, and they're not able to even pick up the kill under the Maokai.
Yeah, huge trap there from both sides. We saw the play from Hazem almost. I honestly thought he was going to actually lose out on that play, but I think Nadal unfortunately did not quite have enough in the tank to really finish out the kill. They didn't quite have the HP either to really survive the Darius damage to come through, so it does end up perishing with his life. But we still see the turnaround there from CB Diamond, mid lane and jungle there to pick up 2 kills off the back end there. Actually, with the 2 kills or just 1 kill? I think it might have been 1. It was 2 kills. They picked up 2 kills there on the back end there to salvage this goal lead a little bit. And, you know, we started to see, like, you know, Alpha's obviously, like, you know, when Alpha, their competition runs out of damage just very, very quickly. So I think as this game goes on, especially, like, with the items that are going to get purchased here, like I was talking beforehand, like, Nyla's build is most likely just going to be pure healing. It's going to end up being, like, she's probably going to build BT, Ravenous Hydra, Death's Dance, like, he's going to have so much sustain in this game. And yes, Oblivion Orb is already purchased up here for Carino. A nice sort of purchase, recognizes the amount of sustain that's coming through from the side of CB Diamond. I just don't necessarily know if it's going to be enough to stop the sustain and the healing coming through from this Nyla and its Cassiopeia.
Yeah, it's about just a little over 1,000 gold lead in favor of Dorado Gaming Alpha, but like you said, there's a lot of issues compositionally, and we saw that in that first, we got a little preview of that in that early team fight around this mid lane tower. Hazem now looking to try and get in onto Virginity Haver, and Darius, you know, a lot of these reset type champions, yes, they can reset and start taking over fights, but they need just a little bit of a help from their teammates to push so they can get that first kill and start resetting. It's Hasm did not get the reset on the Inoxian Guillotine in that fight. That's why they weren't able to pick up more than just Snoop Dogg in it. It's looking very difficult for Dorado Gaming Alpha unless something changes or unless some gold just like falls into their pockets here.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there.
Okay, here we go. Nadal is going to get jumped on by Riddy. The hook shot is going to be used and will be able to get him back towards the safety of the tower.
Yep, and that's the power of the Camille. Anytime you try to engage on her, as long as she has that ability, she's almost always going to get away. But I will say, Yune on the top side of the map can burn through this.
Oh, the Dread Sign going to catch in onto No Attack. Is going to throw up the Unbreakable. The Death Charge coming out as well. The Nature's Grasp is coming down the jungle, and it will be the Glacial Fissure trying to disengage, and the Encore is good, but there's no damage to follow up, and Shima is just have to watch as the Braum goes down. And now, they're looking for maybe the Baron angle.
This is scary for Alpha because this is a 4 versus 5, and you're having to commit into a choke point where actually they do actually end up getting away scot-free, but Nadal actually able to get a relatively free tower, and they're going to get a reset off for this dragon spawning up in about 10 seconds time here. A nice little pick there onto No Attack. Obviously, he doesn't have flash, but he will be spawning up, and he will be available for this dragon to come through. But it does look like both teams sectioning off the map here a little bit. Alpha going towards the top side of the map, wanted to try to do the Baron. Try to stall out this dragon.
This is going to be a really slow Baron for a little while. Only the one Leandry is available for Shima, and that's on the Annie. And now they're looking to try and contest this one. They have to back away. The Encore is not available. So this is a very dangerous prospect for Dorado Gaming Alpha. Looks like they're going to be able to back away successfully.
Yeah, but they can allow them to just not walk through this choke point if they really wanted to. I mean, Yune can put Miasma, they can stop it from really engaging anywhere. And instead, they just get a mid-tower for free just because they tried to start up this Baron. Like you said, anytime they go for Baron, it'll always be really, really slow. The only champion that does really any damage to it is like maybe Annie and maybe Xin Zhao. Like other than that, no one else. Like there is some okay damage to Baron, but everyone else is relatively useless when it comes to actually hitting that objective. So every single time, it's just going to be so slow. But they are engaged.
They're going to try and find a pick onto Glory there. The hook shot is doing good. Oh, that's a good summon Timbers, and the Encore catches Glory off the side. The cleanse was already used, and they picked off Virginity Haver already. That's a big depth charge. Knocks up all 5 members. And Snoop Dogg coming around the side with the Nature's Grasp. They're going to root up Yune, and now Yune is just ready to unload with the Twin Fangs, but they finally taken out Snoop Dogg, and the summon Timbers is just zoning away all the members of CB Diamond. That's 2 quick picks, and now they can be the ones to try and look for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the fact that Alpha just being donated some golds right into their lap. Well, it's basically just going to be Glory just walking up the mid lane 5 versus 2 and not thinking the enemy team was going to react to it, but instead they are back on the Baron. But just look how slow this thing is dying. Snoop Dogg might be able to respawn and walk back towards her if they don't just consistently keep on hitting this thing. Down to 5k gold, Glory's potentially looking, but instead, they don't feel confident in the 5 versus 3. They are going to be able to pick up the Baron, and all of a sudden, Alpha's right back in.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Alpha with a couple quick picks onto Glory and Snoop Dogg. Most importantly, that jungler. They do find themselves back in the game. They have control with the Baron. They are going to lose this dragon. It is going to put them at sole point for the side of CB Diamond, but they now have a fairly good fighting chance.
Yeah, I think Alpha, they do feel much better about their situation, able to get the nice little kill, but Soul Point has now been reached here by the side of CB Gaming, and I think Cloud Soul actually can be relatively good for their champions, especially champions like Cassiopeia, Nyla, Camille, like these champions, like, maybe not Camille, but Cassiopeia and Nyla for sure are going to love Cloud Soul because they can pop their ultis just for the pure movement speed and just go absolutely ballistic in some of these team fights if the CC and lockdown does not actually come through. But Alpha gonna look to leverage their Baron buff here to pressure as many towers as they can. Gonna get this mid tier 2 for free. Also the bot tier 1 as well.
Yep, here comes the Nature's Grasp from Snoop Dogg, and now Riddy, they're gonna go in onto Nadal, but they've caught in onto Shima. Shima goes golden, but the Petrifying Gaze comes down, and there's gonna be the ultimate coming up from Glory, pulls in 1, and they will take down Shima. No Attack on the side is trying to get out of there, but the Twisted Advance is gonna find him, and it's gonna be Nadal on the side who will get the double kill.
Yep, and they recognized they had the 5 versus 4 because
Oh,
Darius
and they're gonna catch Carino before the recall comes out! And Carino gonna try and turn it around on the Nadal, but that's not gonna be enough. And that's gonna be 4 Baron buffs immediately gone!
Oh,
Now
wait,
Beat
Hazem
is gonna get the auto attack route onto Hazem. Hazem with the Mercury Shreds is gonna be able to back away, but the Rylai's Crystal Scepter just perma slowing him. Will be able to make it back to the safety of the tower, but Hazem now in a 1v5 situation on the map.
Yeah, CB Diamond recognizing the fact that they had no TP onto Hazem there, so he had no way to turn the fight. That was a 5 versus 4, and even with the Baron, but they recognized they could just section them off. They had 2 members on the top side of the fight, 2 members in the mid lane there, and they had Nadal finishing away Riddy there on the top side, and they had everyone else focusing on Shima, focusing on no attack to really take away the kills there. That's a 4 for 0. And I talked about, I said they get the bot tower for free. For some reason, Hazem showed up to that fight, and instead of pushing bot lane out, pushing and getting gold for himself, he thought that he could somehow affect that fight in some shape, form, or fashion. So they actually only really get the mid tier 2 when they could have got so much more.
Yeah, mid tier 2 traded away for 4 lives and 4 Baron buffs. Very, very stifling for the Baron power play for Dorado Gaming Alpha. And yeah, a lot of that started out because Riddy used his ability to get over the wall and get onto those Raptors, just couldn't support his team long enough for to stop that Nature's Grasp from coming through. It's just a little bit trying to play for too many different things, Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, or just the fact that they just didn't necessarily respect, I think, the Malkaios when it comes to it, because that was the big thing. And also, I think their team composition got sectioned off, right? Like, I mean, they are a ball composition. You got Darius, Seraphine, Annie, Braum, like even Jin Zhao.
They spread the ball out too much. They flattened it out.
Yeah, exactly. Like
the ball can only cover so much of the map, but Darius on the bottom side, Riddy doing Raptors, the rest of the team pushing mid lane. I don't actually know what happened to Carino. Carino, I guess, was pushing top. Yeah, the ball needs to be a little bit more dense than this.
Yeah, exactly. Like all these champions just basically like to be on top of each other the entire time. And the fact that, they weren't in this situation, CB Diamond recognized the fact that they weren't, and they collapsed on them very appropriately. But obviously now the Dragon is spawning up in about 1 minute and 30's time. Both teams will be definitely migrating over towards this area of the map. You already see layers of wards already being placed here by both teams, trying to get a little bit of position and any type of fight whatsoever. But you see a base cancel coming through from Riddy. Almost connecting there onto Glory. I'm not sure if he would have actually taken that dash kind of pop him, but at the end does end up canceling his base regardless of that play. And most likely what we're going to see here is we see the wards that already get placed by Beat. He's going to get right back onto the map and replace the same exact wards, because now Riddy does not actually have a sweeper, I don't believe.
Yeah. Navori Quickblades picked up by Glory, so it will not be quite the full-on lifesteal build available for Glory, but we'll have a little bit of extra damage coming out from those the crit amp on Navori Quickblades.
Yeah, I mean Navori Quickblades is fine. I mean, he already has like shield bow, also that scepter on top of him as well. Definitely feeling very, very good about his position. And we saw in his last couple of fights. I mean, this Nightlight champion, like, even though she can get chunked out relatively early, if she gets the ulti to come through, she has so much healing. But we do see all 5 members of Dorado Gaming Alpha positioning into the river, but we see Nadal pressuring that top tier tower. Dragon does not spawn for another 10 seconds, and there is a flanking ward behind Dorado Gaming Alpha. If they wanted to, they could TP to that ward, and they're stuck. They're stuck on the outside of the map, but instead, they're just going to play for the waves. Nadal is already on the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, this is, they're giving a lot for this Dragon. It does deny them Cloud Soul on the side of CB Diamond, but how much are they going to lose for it? They've already lost that inhibitor tower, just at the sheer pushing power from Camille. Now they have to force something here. Hazem going to try and zone Snoop Dogg out over the side, and they're going to be able to regroup and back away safely.
Yep, they do end up getting out, and I think, respectfully, CB Diamond did not really want to go for anything too crazy there, just because, like, like I said, all 5 of those champions were in a ball, very, very tight together. If you can ever break apart the ball...
Oh, here comes the Nature's Grasp! Riddy gonna come forward. There's the Unbreakable. The Crescent Guard used to try and disengage the Hextech Ultimatum. Shima flashes it, but the Summon Timbers, the Unbreakable, or the Encore comes in as well, but they just don't have enough damage to kill anybody! Hazem Hasm trying to chase over the side. Snoop Dogg goes in with Twisted Bands onto Shima, but they do get his stunned up under the tower. Snoop Dogg going very low, but there's the Noxian Guillotine. Now here we go. There's the resets we're looking for. A double kill for Hasm as he takes out 2. Shima picks up 1 as the Noxian Guillotine doesn't quite close down on his neck. But now Glory on the run out is going to get chased down by the ghost from Hasm. He apprehends and pulls back in, and the Noxian Guillotine comes out. The Immortal Shield build keeps him alive, but he's bleeding away, and Nadal comes in to try and push him away, but there's a lot of remaining members from the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha here to back up Hasm, who apprehends him back in. He's stunned up. He's going to go down to the bleed. Yes, he will. Shutdown goes over to Shima.
Oof, a huge team fight there for the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha. It looked dire in the beginning, even though we saw massive ulti from Shima, massive, even bigger ulti from Karina with the Encore, just layers of CC. But then you see their health bars, like, oh, they're still like 60% HP. They're perfectly fine. But that fight lasted for such a long period of time that we see respawn timers coming through. 3 members are already on the map for CB Diamond, but I do not think they're actually going to be able to get out onto the map, and the Baron is actually going to be theirs after that fight.
Yeah, and the fight looked really bad for Dorado Gaming Alpha, but what happened ends up being very good for them. Hasm and Nadal were split off, basically fighting a 1v1, but because Hasm wins the 1v1 close enough to his team, he's able to come back in with his full-on Noxian Rage, giving him the extra AD, and the Noxian Guillotine having reset off of the kill onto the Camille. He's able to come in and just like start resetting again onto the actual team fight, and that's really what allowed Dorado Gaming Alpha to come out on the win there and take the Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hasm obviously is the main carry of this team. Yet you do have the supporting champions of Shima and, Karino that are going to be setting him up for success. But if Alpha is going to win a team fight, it is going to be off the back of Hasm. I'm not sure. Oh, are they flaming Shima for casting R? Is that what they're doing? Or I don't really know what was going on. They're all just kind of standing.
Well, Tibbers is on the map, so he must have pressed R at some point recently.
Yeah. I mean, like they were all just standing there looking around him, like pinging, like question, like bait pinging the question mark games. I'm pretty sure they're all just flaming Shima for fun. But
yeah, that is a pretty big deal actually, because the Baron lasts a set amount of time. If you have to wait out Tibbers' cooldown, you're losing a lot of value from that one. And here comes the Nature's Grasp actually gonna be blocked up. Really nice job from Riddy and No Attack to know that you need to block that, or else your teammates are gonna get rooted. Tibbers being on the map, unfortunately, does basically reveal that that cooldown is up. And now here, Nadal, though, is going to get caught. He uses the hookshot and the Hexic Ultimatum. Hasm is just going to pull him back in with the Apprehend. And there's the Noxian Guillotine. Probably didn't need to use that one.
Well, it does have the cooldown level 16.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah,
okay,
so
he still has it again. It fully resets. It's the pure full reset on the cooldown. Now, this is really good for Dorado Gaming Alpha. They're going to be able to get an inhibitor off of that.
I mean, it's 35 seconds till he spawns. I mean, they could threaten an end.
Alright, if they can end here, yeah, Nature's Grasp was used by Snoop Dogg as well. Talk about cooldowns not being available, that's a big one. There's the Unbreakable used by No Attack. They're going to stun up Snoop Dogg. And now they gotta be very careful as Yune is gonna throw on the Miasma. There's the Glacial Fissure to try and knock him up. And the depth charge comes out. Snoop Dogg is gonna go in, and the Encore is good, but Glory cleanses it away. But the Unbreakable is too much. The Petrifying Gaze is huge, but Glory doesn't do enough damage. He's gonna get knocked up and taken down. Double kill over to the Darius. He's resetting. Yune is gonna get eaten alive as well. That's gonna be it. Dorado Gaming Alpha are just getting in onto them. Nadal comes back in. Hexic Ultimatum is not gonna be even enough to take out Shima even because of the healing coming up for the Seraphine. And they're going to take the series 3-1 as the Noxian Guillotine closes onto CB Diamond. 3-1 Dorado Gaming Alpha.
Oh man, that game was looking absolutely dire for Alpha towards the late game of those team fights. They were at a composition where they said, like I said, they had pretty relatively low damage, but ultimately they had a couple of team fights where they just played it well enough. They got major CC from Karino, major CC from Shima, and Hasm was popping off on those Noxian Guillotines, going absolutely crazy. I mean, honestly, it kind of reminds me of a former top winner for Dorado, for Dorado Gaming Zeta, where he would go absolutely crazy on Darius plays. Well, obviously we'll remember that for a very long time. But Hasm, 12-2, needed to be the carry for his team in this game, and he absolutely was.
Yeah, and I don't remember what it was for game number 4, but not to take away from any of the other members of Dorado Gaming Alpha, but in all 3 of their victories, Hasm had the most damage on his team to champions. So, really big play from Hasm. I think we'll have an interview with 1 or 2 members of the victorious Dorado Gaming Alpha. I'll get confirmation on that shortly. Um, yeah, we'll be seeing that in just a second. But yeah, really nice job from Hasm and all of Dorado Gaming Alpha in that game number 4. Both you and I, we were talking about this both in and out of the cast, but we're really concerned about the damage, just having enough damage in Dorado Gaming's team composition. But as it turns out, when you just allow the Darius to bleed you out, get that extra AD from the passive, and then just reset with your Noxian Guillotine, it's you have enough damage.
Yeah, but I think a lot of their team fights definitely had to be played extremely slow, right? Like you had to make sure you got those hammer stacks going through. You had to make sure that the massive steroid from Darius's passive plus the Noxian Guillotine coming through to actually secure those kills on the back end absolutely had to happen there. But I think a couple of those fights where we did see some success for CB Mid. Not CB, why do I keep saying CB Midnight? CB Diamond, a couple of fights where they actually had some success is where the fact that they actually had the CC that was not coming through from Shima, from Karina. The ball composition was getting separated. Every time they were a ball, the team fight was always really good for Dorado Gaming Alpha because not only do you get the extra CC coming through, but you also get the extra healing from Carino, Empower W healing with the Seraphine and actually able to do a massive work as we saw towards the back end of that game where like Shima was like 100 HP, all of a sudden he's 900 HP because the empowered healing coming through from that champion. So really well done by Alpha recognizing that, hey, we literally just need to be a ball, follow each other around all the time, and as long as we are together, it is very hard for them to kill us.
All right. I think we'll be pulling. It looks like we'll be pulling No Attack and Hasm in here for an interview shortly. Um, just waiting on that. I don't. Should we? I don't know. Should we throw up a standby screen while we get ready for that, or what do you think, Orion?
I mean, I think it's kind of up to Ludi. Whatever Ludi wants to do, if he just wants to drag him in, or we can just, All
Okay,
right.
we're ready for him then.
Yeah, so it does look like we're going to be dragging him in here really shortly. We are getting, obviously, for the interview, No Attack and Hasm. I'm definitely curious to see, obviously, kind of get the thoughts of these guys' players to come through as we are thankfully joined by the winners of the semifinals here. We have No Attack and Hasm. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Feeling good, feeling good.
You guys definitely sound very excited. I must say. You got any questions, Mr. A2?
Sure. Yeah. So obviously, 4-game series. It wasn't the clean 3-0 that you were probably expecting. I'm sure, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we were totally expecting that.
Well, no. Okay, we knew they're a good team, but for some reason, after the Lit Esports series, we thought that this one would be easier because we got all the int out of the way, you know. So we felt pretty good about this series.
All right. So I just wanted to point out. I said it on stream. I don't know if you guys were paying attention or anything, but Hasm, in all 3 of the victories, you did an absurd amount of damage to champions, the highest on your team. Is this kind of like how you intended this to go? Or is it always like a Hasm carry angle, or like what's the thought process here?
Yeah, I mean, it's well, I always intend to play well, right? But I don't know. I had good opportunities that my teammates gave me. To be honest, like I don't know. The drafts were really good. They set me up for success. I think we've always had really good drafts. It's a biggest strength of ours, and our mid game is really good. And usually when Choke BM is talking shit to me, I play better. So it's good that he's doing that. Stay on my dick.
Nice, modest top laner coming out from Dorado Gaming Alpha. Orion, go ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, I was gonna like kind of add on like from that game specifically, because I think obviously we talked a little bit in that game specifically where the damage profile was a little bit on the lower end, except for the fact that obviously with Darius and the resets coming through. So really in this game, it really kind of felt like you needed to be like to be the one doing all the damage coming through. No attack. I do have to honestly ask, how boring was that game for you personally?
Oh, I love that game. That is my type of game. Like even if I'm not playing surfing, I'm having fun watching surfing. I've
Okay.
spent so many hours in the lab, just labbing surfing. So I just sit there, protect the president, and
Yep.
get the free win.
Okay. All right. Obviously, we can talk about the series like kind of holistically a little bit here. I know obviously you guys played 4 games, so it might be a little bit hard to remember exactly how this series went for you guys. But I mean, how did you guys obviously after game 2, where you guys put an absolute blistering on them, where you get like I think it was like 22 to like maybe 2 or something like that, just completely destroyed them. Did you guys think that they'd be able to bounce back and get number 3 to actually pick up that victory, or were you expecting that series to be over after those 3 games?
Um,
Um,
I definitely think they're good players, so I thought that they would take at least one game. Our jungler griefed us, and he voted for CV Diamond game 3, so that's why we lost.
Okay.
true, true.
Yeah, so you expected to lose one of the games of the series. So after game 3, where Com's just like, it's okay, we took it, we lost one, or was there any like panic at all in comms, or were you guys just like kind of really nice and calm, just like it's fine, just like move on to game 4 or whatever?
Um, to be honest, I was not happy with game 3 draft. I also didn't play well, but I didn't really I didn't say that I didn't want to blind my support, but I blinded my support, and I could have like 1v9 that game with like a counter pick support. So I was a little tilted, but we just bounced back. It's whatever. It's 5 games, easy.
Yeah, I think that's always the big thing when it comes to best of 5 series. Like even if you have like a situation or a draft where you might not be super comfortable on it, you always have the ability to bounce back, like you guys did in this game. Going into obviously this game with like I said, in my opinion, relatively low damage profile, and as this game was going on throughout the game, as it continued, the game in my opinion, from watching it, felt kind of dicey in that mid game. What were some of the like interactions you guys had in that game to make sure that you guys were able to like secure the victory in the end? I think maybe specifically
In the
at
fourth game.
yes.
Yeah, in the fourth game, pretty much we're okay. I don't know how much allowed to leak, but okay, this Darius champion, right?
Yeah.
Really, really loves level 16. Once he has level 16, he can like get resets on his ult. He can pretty much guaranteed execute someone and have his ult back. And his ult also does like I think 1.2k damage with that build.
Mhm.
So it just feels like the only chance they have to win is if they catch us side laning with no TP, right? Because Darius has to take Ghost Flash to really like utilize him. So they just pushed for engages while I'm trying to side lane. I think that was really good on them to recognize that. But once we realized that, like, once I got 16, I literally never left my team. I just sat with them for the rest of the game. Even in that final fight, I still thought, even though 2 people had died, I had 5 stacks. I had Ghost procking. Camille was out of the fight. I just ran straight back and just took out Cass. I think it was Cass, yeah.
Yep, that was I remember that fight very well. I was praising. I was like, Hasm is insane. He's crazy. Without giving too much away, I'm curious. Like, so when it comes to like prep for these types of series, was the Samira and Neela picks in games 3 and 4, were those things that you like expected for them to go off meta, or was this like a complete curveball for you?
It was it was
Go ahead.
definitely a curveball. I'm not even
Yeah.
gonna lie. That's probably like why I blinded my support game 3. Like if I would have known they were gonna pick Samira, I definitely wouldn't have blinded. But I mean, it worked out game 3. I honestly don't really know how the Seraphine Neela matchup is supposed to go. I don't really play against it that much in solo queue, but I mean, we're both just playing like battle of attrition. I think Seraphine just does it better. So yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
cool.
I think the Nyla pick was was definitely weird. I don't even think it's good where he picked it, to be honest. That's why it was like really odd. I think the Samira Nautilus was just something we weren't expecting. It is actually pretty good into Philios Lulu if you have a ganking jungler, which they didn't. They picked Gragas. So I think like when you're playing shit like that, as long as you have something to cover it, is actually really good in the 2v2. It can be very dicey. So I think it was definitely a curveball, but they played well. I think even though it was a 4-game series, not a 5-game series, it still felt close for at least the last 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. Orion, you have anything?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, obviously, like a final thing. Obviously, you guys have made your way into the, CCS Advanced Finals. Are you expecting a specific opponent, and what are you guys like looking to do, like to anticipate that opponent, and basically, like what are you guys looking to do to anticipate a potential finals victory?
Don't care who it is. We shit on both. We've already shit on both of them. Like it's so like this is the finals for me at least. I don't know. Maybe that's why I didn't choke. Maybe that's why semifinals hasn't didn't come out because I just went into it as a final game, not a fucking semifinal. But I think it's I think I don't want to be too cocky, but I do think we beat whoever shows up. But I think it might be OC that comes. That's what I'm expecting. I don't think TA Blaze is very good.
Well, yeah,
But
for a quick update, that series is currently going into, or currently in the middle of Game 5, just started Game 5, so we'll find out who your opponent will be shortly. Orion, do you have any other questions for him?
I'm good to go.
All right, before we go, do you guys have any shoutouts you'd like to make? No Attack and
no attack,
Hasm?
you go
Shout
first.
out Go
Yeah.
PM. That guy sucks.
Yeah, he's staying on my dick. That little rat kept typing in chat. I didn't want to say anything back, but he kept typing for what, man? For what? Him and Dead Body are permanently sitting there talking shit, and they're out of playoffs. Bro, stop typing. Nobody cares.
Holy
Yeah.
cow. All right. Well, you heard them. These are the guys going into finals up against whoever wins on CCS 2 between gosh. Between TA Blaze and OCU Esports. But that is going to be it for us. So thanks for watching. This has been Agent A2 and Orion, as well as obviously our interviewees, the support and top laner of the victorious Dorado King Alpha 3-1 over CB Diamond. Go ahead and tune in for the remainder of the series up between TA Blaze and OCU. On CCS2_LOL, and then of course next week for the finals between Dorado Gaming Alpha and the winner of that one. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you next time.